Shalom Israel, Most and Christ bless you all. Oh, praise the Lord. Happy Sabbath, happy Sabbath. We back. We made it to another Sabbath. Let's give the Lord a hand. Man, we made it to another Sabbath day, man. The Sabbath of the Lord our God. You understand? Now, today I'm going to continue with last week's topic, the Black Horse, part 2. I'm going to backtrack just a little bit, okay? But before I go there, give me Psalms 117 and 1. Psalms 117 verse 1. Watch this. Psalms 117 and verse 1. Let's read that thing.
The book of Psalms, chapter 117, verse 1.
Come on.
Oh, praise the Lord, all ye nations.
Oh, praise the Lord, all ye nations. Come on.
Praise him, all ye people.
So now you may think that King David is talking about all the nations on. No. Read that verse again, verse 1.
The book of Psalms, chapter 117, verse 1.
Watch this.
Oh, praise the Lord, all ye nations.
He says, praise the Lord, all ye nations. Come on.
Praise him, all ye people.
Praise him, all ye people. Watch this. Give me the book of Deuteronomy 4, verse 1. Okay, watch this. Deuteronomy 4 and verse 1.
The book of Deuteronomy, chapter 4, verse 1.
Come on.
Now therefore, hearken, O Israel.
Hearken, O what?
O Israel.
O Israel. So the subject matter is about the 12 tribes. The 12 tribes of the nation of Israel. Read.
Unto the statutes and unto the judgments, which I teach you, for to do them, that ye may live.
Go ahead.
And go in and possess the land, which the Lord God of your fathers giveth you.
So Moses is talking to the Israelites. When we came out of Egypt from the hand of bondage under Pharaoh, this is the Exodus now. We are in the wilderness now at this time. Moses is talking to the 12 tribes of Israel. So he's letting us know we must hearken unto the judgments and the statutes that he's reading before us. So that what will happen to us, what will befall us in the last days. Now read verse 27.
Verse 27.
Come on.
And the Lord shall scatter you among the nations.
The Lord shall what now?
And the Lord shall scatter you among the nations.
The Lord shall scatter you Israelites in verse 1 among the nations. We would be scattered among all these nations through colonization, forced migration, and slavery. Okay, come on.
And ye shall be left few in number among the heathen.
And we shall be left few in number among the heathens, because what would the heathens do? They'll be killing us through diseases, through famine, through pestilences and all that, and war. Read.
Whither the Lord shall lead you.
Whether the Lord shall lead us into captivity among these nations. So now, the Lord is telling us we're going to be scattered among these nations in the last days. And when we are scattered among these nations, the time will come when we are going to be delivered from these nations. Give me the Revelation 5 and 9. Revelation chapter 5 and verse 9. Watch this. Listen to what John the Revelator is saying here. He's prophesying. Watch this.
The book of Revelation, chapter 5, verse 9.
Come on.
And they sang a new song, saying, Thou art worthy to take the book.
The book is the Bible. Come on.
And to open the seals thereof.
So Christ is the only one that can open the seals of this book. Read.
For thou wast slain.
Thou wast slain. Come on.
And hast redeemed us to God by thy blood.
The Lord has redeemed us unto the Most High God by his blood. When he died for us. Come on.
Out of every kindred.
Out of what now?
Out of every kindred.
Out of every kindred. Come on.
And tongue.
And tongues.
And people.
And people.
And nations.
And nations. Because where would Israel be? Among the nations scattered. You understand? So now let's go to Psalms 117 verse 1. So we understand when he says, O ye nations, O ye people. He's talking about the Israelites. We must praise him. Okay, come on. Psalms 117 verse 1.
The book of Psalms, chapter 117, verse 1.
Come on.
Oh, praise the Lord, all ye nations.
All ye nations, because the Israelites would be scattered among all nations. We would have to praise the Lord in these lands. Read.
Praise him, all ye people.
We must praise the Lord, all ye people, meaning the 12 tribes of Israel scattered among these nations. Read.
For his mercy, for his merciful kindness is great toward us.
You see that his merciful kindness is great towards us. Who's the us? The Israelites. So the mercy only extends to the 12 tribes of Israel and none else. He's not extending his mercy to any other nation. The mercy is only to Jacob. Get that in Isaiah 14 and 1. I'm going to show you. The mercy is only to the Israelites. The 12 tribes of Israel. We're not talking about Amalek because they are not Israelites. Those are Jewish people. That's Esau. That's the white man. Okay. Read what you got.
The book of Isaiah chapter 14 verse 1.
Read.
For the Lord will have mercy on Jacob.
That's it right there. The Lord will have mercy on Jacob. He's not going to have mercy on all nations on earth. He only has his mercy towards the 12 tribes. Come on.
And will yet choose Israel.
He will yet choose the Israelites, come on, in these last days. Read.
And set them in their own land.
So the Lord is the one that's going to set us in our own land. Not the League of Nations that concocted a lie that the whole world believes it. Except for the Israelites that keep these laws. Read.
And the strangers shall be joined with them.
The strangers is these other nations which are not of the stock of Abraham, of the chosen seed. Read.
And they shall cleave to the house of Jacob.
The house of Jacob, whom the Lord will have mercy upon. Now go back. Psalms 117 verse 2.
The book of Psalms chapter 117 verse 2.
Come on.
For his merciful kindness is great toward us.
So the Most High God, his merciful kindness is grace towards us. Read.
And the truth of the Lord endureth forever.
The truth of the Lord endureth forever, because who did he give it to? He gave it to the people he has mercy upon. The people he chose, the 12 tribes of Israel. Come on.
Praise ye the Lord.
Say what?
Praise ye the Lord.
Praise ye the Lord. That's beautiful right there, man. Let's praise the Lord for that. That's the Lord said, praise ye the Lord. Psalms 138 verse 2. Psalms 138 and verse 2.
The book of Psalms chapter 138 verse 2.
Start of verse 1.
The book of Psalms chapter 138 verse 1.
Come on.
I will praise thee with my whole heart. Before the gods will I sing praise unto thee.
Read.
I will worship toward thy holy temple.
I will worship towards thy holy temple. Because the holy temple is Jerusalem. But Jerusalem was destroyed in 70 AD. So we the temple. You understand? We are the spiritual temple right now. Come on.
And praise thy name for thy loving kindness.
And praise thy what now?
And praise thy name.
So when we praise the Lord, we praise his name. Come on.
And praise thy name for thy loving kindness.
And
for thy truth.
And for thy what?
And for thy truth.
And for thy truth. Come on.
For thou hast magnified thy word above all thy name.
So the Lord is the Most High God. He has magnified his word above all his titles that he left in this book. So when we praise the Lord, we keep his commandments. That's what it means to praise the Lord. You praise the Lord, you keep the commandments of the Most High God in the name of his Son. Now, let's get into it. Before we get there, hold on. Give me the book of Nehemiah, man. Let's get into it. Before we get into it, you know, I just want to send a message out there. You understand? Give me that in Nehemiah 2. Nehemiah chapter 2. Nehemiah 2, read verse 10.
The book of Nehemiah chapter 2 verse 10.
Watch this.
When Sanballat the Horonite and Tobiah the servant, the Ammonite,
read,
heard of it, it grieved them exceedingly.
It did what now?
It grieved them exceedingly.
So what grieved them exceedingly? That there was what now? Keep reading.
That there was come a man.
That there was come a man. Come on.
To seek the welfare of the children of Israel.
You see what happens when the Lord sends the prophets to the people? It grieves the nations exceedingly. So when the Negroes leave this truth, what happens to the nations? Do the nations get grieved? No. The nations will have joy when men and women quit this truth. They say, I'm out. So when we continue in this truth, it grieves the nations that there was come a man to come and seek the welfare of the children of Israel. So you see, when you leave the truth, guess what you're doing? You're making the enemies happy. That's what you're doing. That's what you see. Men don't understand. You see, Negroes don't understand this thing. Niggas, they don't get it. When you live this truth, you give the enemies ammunition for your nations to remain at the bottom. But the Lord says, no, I've got prophets reserved. I've got prophets in reserve. Read the Bible again. Verse 10 again.
The book of Nehemiah chapter 2 verse 10.
Read.
When Sanballat the Horonite and Tobiah the servant,
read,
the Ammonite, heard of it,
read,
it grieved them exceedingly.
It grieved them exceedingly. Come on.
That there was come a man to seek the welfare of the children of Israel.
You see what happens? So brothers and sisters, the fact that we're still here, the enemy is grieved by this. This is what you need to understand. We keep pushing. The mission is a goal. We need to grieve the enemy even more. More than the enemy is grieved right now, we need to make him mad. Understand that? Now jump down to verse 16.
Verse 16. And the rulers knew not whither I went,
Watch this, come on.
or what I did.
Mm-hmm.
Neither had I yet told it to the Jews,
Read.
nor to the priests,
Come on.
nor to the nobles, nor to the rulers, nor to the rest that did the work.
Watch this, come on.
Then said I unto them,
Now listen to what our forefather Nehemiah is saying here. Listen good, come on.
ye see the distress.
You see the what now?
Ye see the distress.
You see the distress of our nation. How do you see the distress of your nation, but you take a break, you quit? You see the distress of your nation, say, to hell with you niggas, I'm out. Read.
Ye see the distress that we are in,
Uh-huh.
how Jerusalem lieth waste.
Because they don't see that Jerusalem lieth waste. Because why? They only care about the person in the mirror, themselves. Read.
And the gates thereof are burned with fire.
And the gates thereof are burned with fire. Physically and spiritually, guess what? It happened back then. Today, spiritually, we are destroyed as a nation. That's why the Lord is raising up leaders in these last days. To what? To bring our nation back to honor. Come on.
Come, let us build up the wall.
Let us do what now?
Let us build up the wall.
Let us build up the wall. Come on.
Of Jerusalem.
Of Jerusalem, because it lieth waste. Read.
That we be no more a reproach.
That we be no more a reproach. So when you read the scriptures, you see that our forefathers, they saw the distresses and they did something about it. They didn't quit, they didn't run, they didn't give up, they didn't throw in the towel to say, I'm to hell with you, this is too much, I'm out. They kept pushing. Now that's what we need to do, brothers. We need to continue. The same way, give me that in John 8:31. John 8:31, because this is what Christ said. You understand? This is what the Messiah said, man. John 8:31.
The book of John, chapter 8, verse 31.
Watch this.
Then said Jesus to those Jews which believed on him.
Then said Jesus to those Jews which believed on him. This is what happened. The Jews that believe on Christ, this is what they do. Come on.
If ye continue in my word.
No, if you take a break.
If ye continue in my word.
You quit. Come on.
Then are ye my disciples indeed.
You see who are the disciples indeed? Those that continue. Not those that take breaks and say, I'm out, niggas, I'm out, I'm out, I'm out. No, no, no. Read that verse again.
The book of John, chapter 8, verse 31.
Read.
Then said Jesus to those Jews which believed on him.
Then said Jesus to those Jews which believed on him. Come on.
If ye continue in my word.
If you continue in my word, come on.
Then are ye my disciples indeed.
Then are you my disciples indeed. So you see the true disciples, they continue. They don't stop. They don't take breaks. They don't give up. They don't throw in the towel. They don't complain. They don't mama and mama and mama because they want to go into the world. They want to be like Cypher. You what? Is that his name? Yeah. Sean, give me the clip. The clip in the Matrix, man. When he was tasting the steak, he says, this steak, I know this steak is not real, but it's nice. Something like that. You understand? Keep reading.
The book of John, chapter 8, verse 31.
Come on.
Then said Jesus to those Jews which believed on him.
You see that? Then said Jesus to those Jews which believed on him. Come on.
If ye continue in my word.
If you continue in my word. Come on.
Then are ye my disciples indeed.
Then are ye my disciples indeed. Now watch this. Give me that in 1 John 2. Is it 2 John? Yeah, 2 John. Give me that in 2 John, man. 2 John verse 8. 2 John. Yeah, read that.
Second book of John, verse 8.
Watch this.
Look to yourselves,
that
we lose not those things which we have wrought.
You see that says, look to yourselves that you don't lose those things which we have wrought. The things which you have wrought is this Bible. This Bible is the things which you have wrought. The things written in this book is what we have learned. Read.
But that we receive a full reward.
That we may receive a full reward when the Lord returns. Come on.
Whosoever transgresseth and abideth not in the doctrine of Christ.
He says, whosoever breaks the commandments, but they don't repent, so they can abide in the what now?
And abideth not in the doctrine of Christ.
Stop right there. Let's get the doctrine of Christ. Get that in Sirach 19. Sirach 19:19. Let's get the doctrine of Christ. It says, whosoever transgresseth, meaning what? You get overcome. You get overcome, but you don't repent. You don't work hard to overcome it. How do you work hard to overcome? You keep it the doctrine of Christ. Read that.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 19, verse 19.
Watch this.
The knowledge of the commandments of the Lord is the doctrine of life.
You see what the doctrine of life is? The knowledge of the commandments of the Lord. Read.
And they that do things that please him,
The things that please the Lord is the knowledge of the commandments, the application of his laws. Read.
shall receive the fruit of the tree of immortality.
The fruit of the tree of immortality is living forever, ruling forever. Understand that? So when you reject the doctrine of the Lord, you don't want to apply yourself to repent. The Lord, what did he say? Go back to 2 John. Read verse 9 now again.
Second book of John, verse 9.
Read.
Whosoever transgresseth and abideth not in the doctrine of Christ.
What does it mean to transgress? 1 John 3 and 4. Let's get there. 1 John 3 and 4. What it means to transgress. Okay, come on.
First book of John, chapter 3, verse 4.
Read.
Whosoever committeth sin.
Whosoever committeth sin.
Transgresseth also the law.
You see, to transgress means to break the commandments of the Most High God. Come on.
For sin is the transgression of the law.
You see, what transgression is the breaking of God's laws. So go back to 2 John. Read verse 9. One more again.
Second book of John, verse 9.
Read.
Whosoever transgresseth.
Whosoever breaks the laws of God.
And abideth not in the doctrine of Christ.
But you don't abide in the doctrine of Christ. Meaning you don't repent and keep the commandments. What happens?
Have not God.
You don't have the Lord. They said the Most High God, the Spirit of the Lord is not in you. Because when you transgress, you don't abide. You bail out. You understand that? He said that's why it says have not God. When it says have not God, but they have not the Spirit of God. Read.
He that abideth in the doctrine of Christ.
He that abideth in the doctrine of Christ.
He has both the Father and the Son.
You see that? You have the backing of the Father and the Son. That means when you do wrong, when you get overcome, the Christ will speak on your behalf before the Father. And the Father will forgive you of your sins. Will help you give the strength. Will send the angel to help you to overcome, to fight. Read.
If they come any unto you and bring not this doctrine.
You see that? The ones that come unto us and bring not this doctrine is those that don't abide. Is those that bail out. Read.
Receive him not.
The Lord says, don't receive that demon. Don't receive that nigger. Don't receive that negress. Go ahead.
Receive not into your house.
He said, don't even receive that nigger into your house, man. Read.
Neither bid him Godspeed.
Don't even bid him Godspeed. Don't shalom the negro. Read.
For he that bideth him Godspeed.
Because he that biddeth him Godspeed, what's going to happen?
For he that biddeth him Godspeed is partaker of his evil deed.
That's what the Bible is saying. So that's the message. You understand? Take heed to the message, man. Take heed to this message, brothers and sisters. Now, did you find the clip? Play the clip, man. Put up the disclaimer because it's not our video. Okay? Now, listen good here. Now, this is the movie The Matrix. Okay? Beautiful movie. So now, you see among them that were waking up to do the work, to come to work, to detach themselves from the matrix. You had one who did not want to detach himself from the matrix. So what did he do? He betrayed them. Now watch this. Let's share the video now. Play.
Do we have a deal?
People don't see it yet. Listen good.
Do we have a deal, Mr. Reagan?
You know, I know this steak doesn't exist. I know that when I put it in my mouth,
Hear this online?
the matrix...
It's quite low. Sisters, brothers, do you hear it? They can't really hear this thing. Put the volume up in the school so the people can hear this. And go back a little bit. Yeah, go back to the beginning so they can see, they can hear.
Do we have a deal?
Wait. We good? Can you hear it now? Okay, oh please. Go back and play. Bear with us, brothers and sisters online, alright?
Do we have a deal, Mr. Reagan?
You know, I know this steak doesn't exist. I know that when I put it in my mouth, the matrix is telling my brain that it is juicy and delicious. After 9 years, you know what I realize? Ignorance is bliss.
After what now? After 9 years. Yeah, after 3 years. 3 seconds in the truth. Niggas are mouth. You see that? No, but we want the whole thing. Where's the rest? Where's the rest of it, man? Okay, come on. Let's keep going. Is that all there is? Yeah, I want the other one, man. The other one where they keep talking. That's the one I want. I want that one right there. You understand? 1 John 2 verse 19. Read that for me. 1 John. Okay, come on.
First book of John, chapter 2, verse 19.
Read.
They went out from us.
So that's what you just saw on the screen. He went out from them. Come on.
But they were not of us.
But he was not of them. Read.
For if they had been of us,
If he was of us, come on.
they would no doubt have continued with us.
They would no doubt would have continued with us. Read.
But they went out,
They left, they took breaks, come on.
that they might be made manifest,
They might be made manifest. Read.
that they were not all of us.
They were not all of us. Okay. Yeah, so tighten it proper. Okay, and when she now, okay, they were not all of us. Now watch this. Why did they go out from us? Jump up to verse 15.
First book of John, chapter 2, verse 15.
Watch this.
Love not the world,
Love not the world. It says, love not the world. Go ahead.
neither the things that are in the world.
Neither the things that are in the world. Come on.
If any man love the world,
If any man love the world,
the love of the Father is not in him.
you see that thing? Because the reason why they went out from us is because why? They love the world. Read.
For all that is in the world,
Let's see why they're going back into the world. Why are they going back? Read.
the lust of the flesh,
That's why they're going back into the world. Because of the lust of the flesh. Read.
and the lust of the eyes,
That's why they're going back. The lust of the eyes. Read.
and the pride of life.
You see that the pride of life. I want to be famous. I want to be rich. I want to be this. That's why they're going back into the world. Because the truth is creeping their style. Read.
Is not of the Father,
That's not of the Father. Come on.
but is of the world.
But it's of the world. It's of the devil. It's of Satan. Now play the video now. From the beginning. Come on.
Do we have a deal, Mr. Reagan?
You know, I know this steak doesn't exist. I know that when I put it in my mouth,
Come on,
the
brothers.
Matrix is telling me.
Come on. The moment is...
Do we have a deal?
Okay, here we go.
Mr. Reagan?
You know, I know this steak doesn't exist. I know that when I put it in my mouth, the Matrix is telling my brain that it is juicy and delicious. After 9 years, you know what I realize? Ignorance is bliss.
Then we have a deal.
I don't want to remember nothing.
See that? I don't want to remember nothing. I don't want to remember I'm taking a break. I don't want to remember nothing. To hell with you niggas. Whatever the fringes, they keep in the sub. To hell with that. That's what he said. I don't want to remember nothing, man. That's what he said. When he said I'm taking a break, that's what he just said. That's exactly what he said. Keep playing.
Nothing. You understand? And I want to be rich.
The lust of the flesh, the lust of the eyes, the pride of life. You see what he said? I don't want to remember nothing. I don't want to remember the commandments no more. I'm taking a break from the Most High. remember nothing, but I want to be rich. Okay, come on.
Someone important.
The pride of life. Keep playing.
Like an actor.
Whatever you want, Mr. Regan.
Okay. You get my body back in a power plant. Reinsert me into the Matrix. I'll get you what you want.
Access codes to the Zion mainframe.
No, I told you I don't know them. I can get you the man who does.
Pause. You see that? That's what they do. I'm gonna get you the man who does. Some people come up in here, they want to get closer to the what? To the leaders in the truth. Yeah, find out who has influence in the congregation. Get closer to him. You think they're gonna do that with the sisters, with the prophetess who Noah dies? We were just reading Nehemiah, the 2nd chapter, man. Who Noah dies. Get closer to such and such. Find out how he is. You know, investigate. That's what we're reading. It says, but I'm going to get you access to the man who does. Now listen good. Keep playing.
Morpheus.
Does he want Morpheus, man? Morpheus is breeding soldiers. Morpheus is pulling people out of the matrix, man. And that's why they want him. Because the more Morpheus continues, this is going to continue. More of him will be popping up. We don't want that. Now, remember, he want to go back into the world, right? He want to go back, he want to be famous. He want to be somebody important. He don't want to remember nothing. So, but he told us, no, I'm taking a break. I'll come back when I'm married. So who distracted? What's the real reason why he's leaving? Now play the one with the woman in the red dress. Play the one with the, I'm going to show you. Listen, man. Listen, the Bible is the truth. I'm going to show you. Listen, the Bible is undefeated, man. Play the one with the woman in the red dress. You're going to see how this comes together. You go back to 1 John 2:15. You see, brothers are saying, listen, I'm showing you. Find that clip, man. You read that what you got.
First book of John, chapter 2, verse 15.
Watch this.
Love not the world.
Don't love the world, because he loved the world. That's what it says. I don't want to remember nothing. And he didn't just say it once. He repeated it. Nothing. You heard him, right? Read.
Neither the things that are in the world.
The Lord says we mustn't love that. Neither the things that are in it. Read.
If any man love the world.
If any man love the world.
The love of the Father is not in him.
The love of the Father is not in him. What is the love of the Father? The keeping of the commandment. No, it's too hard. It's too this. It's too this. Let me show you something, brothers. I'm going to show you something. Give me the book of Proverbs, man. Proverbs, is it 17? Yes. Proverbs 17, verse 17. Watch this.
The book of Proverbs, chapter 17, verse 17.
Listen good.
A friend loveth at all times.
It says, a friend loveth at all times. A friend loves at all times. But watch the next part of that verse. Come on.
And a brother is born for adversity.
You see that? A brother is born for problems. Because a true brother, you're not going to leave. A true brother, we're not going to bail out on you while you are in the midst of a war. Read the Bible again.
The book of Proverbs, chapter 17, verse 17.
Read.
A friend loveth at all times.
A friend loveth at all times. Come on.
And a brother is born for adversity.
A brother is born for adversity. When adversity comes, you see the Negro believing, that's not a brother. That's not a friend, according to the Bible. You understand? Now, the woman in the red dress. Listen what Morpheus is saying. The volume, let's adjust the volume. Let's make sure the volume is good. Come on, brothers. Okay, there it is. Okay, play it a little bit so we can hear it. Yes. That's the one. Go back. We're going to start it over. Oh, please. Yeah. Play. Listen.
The Matrix is a system, Neo. That system is our enemy. When you're inside, you look around, what do you see? Businessmen, teachers, lawyers, carpenters, the very minds of the people we are trying to save. But until we do, these people are still a part of that system, and that makes them our enemy. You have to understand, most of these people are not ready to be unplugged. And many of them are so inert, so hopelessly dependent on the system, that they will fight to protect it. Were you listening to me, Neo? Or were you looking at the woman in the red dress? I was... Look again. Freeze it.
You see that? That's what the Negro said, I'm taking a break. I'll come back when I'm married. You know who was responsible? The woman in the red dress. The woman in the red dress, she's the one that the nigger left up in here. The woman in the red dress. Go back, play it again, man. Listen to what Morpheus is saying. And Morpheus is mentioning their professions. Isn't what brothers come in here, they say, but me and I'm such and such. So now I want to be respected because me, I work in the hospital. So now you must listen to me. No, we're not going to listen to you, nigga. Give me that in Galatians 4, man. Real quick. Galatians chapter 2. Brothers, you don't come up in here. You are a doctor in the world. You are a nurse. You are a... Listen, it don't mean nothing when you come in this truth. When you come in this truth, you sit down, you start from zero. The Apostle Paul had to address the same issue back then. We are going to address it today again. Give me that in Galatians 2, man. Yeah, Galatians chapter 2. Read verse 3. Because Titus is one of the brothers that left the Apostle Paul. Listen.
The book of Galatians, chapter 2, verse 3.
Watch this.
But neither Titus, who was with me, being a Greek,
go ahead,
was compelled to be circumcised.
So those that left, were they compelled to be circumcised by the word of God? No. Read.
And that because of false brethren unawares brought in.
So Titus was one of them. He was one of those false brethren that came up in here unawares. Come on.
Who came in privily.
Okay, the picture. Where's the picture? Come on, brothers. It looks weird when it looks like this. Read that verse again.
The book of Galatians, chapter 2, verse 3.
Read.
But neither Titus, who was with me, being a Greek, was compelled to be circumcised.
Because he grew up in customs. Okay, come on, but he was a Jew. But he was not compelled to be circumcised. So spiritually, they don't want to be circumcised with the word of God. Okay, come on.
And that because of false brethren, unawares brought in.
Unawares. False brethren, unawares. Meaning what? You're not going to know that he's a false brethren up top. Read.
Who came in privily.
They came in privily, come on.
To spy out our liberty.
To spy out our liberty. What is the liberty? The liberty that we have in Christ. That we're no longer under the law of animal sacrifice now. Now we are under grace. We keep the commandments. We rehearse the righteous acts under grace. Read.
Which we have in Christ Jesus.
Go ahead.
That they might bring us into bondage.
To go back into the world. That's the bondage pen. Read.
To whom we gave place by subjection. No, not for an hour.
Not for an hour. Because you calling us, you telling me, no, I'm taking a break. So you want what? You want an hour to be persuaded? No, we're not going to persuade you of nothing. You already made a decision to say, niggas, I'm out. You understand? Read.
That the truth of the gospel might continue with you.
That the what now?
That the truth of the gospel might continue
with you. That the truth of the gospel might continue with us. That's why we don't give them a second. The brother be telling us, no, I'm out. Listen, you just hang up on the nigga. I'm just telling you straight up. What are you telling me for? You want to vex my spirit. You want that demon that's want to jump on me too. You don't care about your nation when you do stuff like that, man. That's selfish. Read.
But of these who seem to be someone.
That's what Morpheus was talking about. Businessmen, lawyers, teachers, so on and forth. They seem to be someone when they come into this truth. Read.
But of these who seem to be someone, whatsoever they were.
Whatsoever you were in the world, a lawyer, a businessman, or whatever. What did the Apostle Paul say? Come on.
It maketh no matter to me.
We don't care about that. The Lord won't give a damn about that. The Lord wants you to humble down to his word and do what it says. Don't be coming floating out towards what you were in the world. Read.
God accepted no man's person.
Neither are we. Because the Lord says, don't accept any man's person. They come here with, I'm not going to pee. I got this. So listen, we're not going to listen to you, man. You don't have history in this truth. You don't have experience in this truth. You have not been through hell and back in this truth. But you want us to listen to you because when you will get a degree? No, we're not going to listen to you, man. Read.
For they who seem to be somewhat
Read.
in confidence added nothing to me.
They're adding nothing to us. Read.
But contrariwise.
But contrariwise. Okay, that's it on there. So the point is, what I'm showing you in Galatians, what Moses is making reference to, those who seem to be somewhat. Those that seem to be somewhat, those are false brethren that crept in unawares. Now play the video. Put the disclaimer on. Okay, let's go.
The Matrix is a system, Neo. That system is our enemy. But when you're inside, you look around, what do you see? Businessmen, teachers, lawyers, carpenters. The very minds of the people we are trying to save. But until we do, these people are still a part of that system, and that makes them our enemy. You have to understand, most of these people are not ready to be unplugged. And many of them are so inert, so hopelessly dependent on the system, that they will fight to protect it. Were you listening to me, Neo? Or were you looking at the woman in the red dress?
I was...
Look again. Freeze it.
Now, you see what happens? When you are looking at the woman in the red dress, that's a demon. Ready to blow your hair off. Because you saw, it's like, were you listening to me, Neo? Or were you looking at the woman in the red dress? You come in here, the classes go out, the one ear out the other. You're not listening, man. You're not listening. So now, because you're distracted by the woman in the red dress, when we tell you stop being distracted by a woman in the red dress, we hate you. We are jealous of you. You cannot make this stuff up. Keep playing.
This isn't the Matrix.
No. It's another training program designed to teach you one thing. If you are not one of us, you are one of them.
You see, it's very black and white. There's no middle ground here. If you're not one of us, you are one of them. And that's it. There's no mushy-wash. That's why the Lord says, don't even beat them Godspeed. You're not one of us, you one of them. Keep playing.
What are they?
Sentient programs. They can move in and out of any software still hardwired to their system. That means that anyone we haven't unplugged is potentially an agent. Inside the Matrix, they are everyone, and they are no one.
You see that? They are everyone, and they are no one. You know what that means? False brethren crept in unawares. That's a sentient program. That right there, that's a sentient program. That's what Morpheus is explaining. That's what we're reading in the Bible. You understand? Because they said they are everyone and they are no one. So what means they can be a brother, but all of a sudden they can be no one. You see that thing? That's a sentient program. Keep playing.
We have survived by hiding from them, by running from them. But they are the gatekeepers. They are guarding all the doors, they are holding all the keys, which means that sooner or later, someone is going to have to fight them.
Someone.
I won't lie to you, Neo. Every single man or woman who has stood their ground, everyone who has fought an agent has died. But where they have failed, you will succeed.
Why?
I've seen an agent punch through a concrete wall. Men have emptied entire clips at them and hit nothing but air. Yet their strength and their speed are still based in a world that is built on rules. Because of that,
It says, you see, they are living in a world that is as a system that is built on rules. They went back into the world. So now you've got two species, one wicked, one spiritual. Isn't that what they said in the Transformers? It says there's two species at war. One machine and one man. One wicked, one righteous. One Jacob, one Esau. You see that? Keep playing.
they will never be as strong or as fast as you can be.
What are you trying to tell me? That I can dodge bullets?
No, Neo. I'm trying to tell you that when you're ready, you won't have to.
Now that's some heavy stuff right there, man. When you're ready, you wouldn't have to. When you're ready, man, you wouldn't have to do that. What is Mafia saying, man? You see, when you're ready to keep these commandments, you wouldn't have to do that. Now, find the clip where Neo was fighting Agent Smith now. Find that clip. Find the clip, man. Find the clip when he was fighting the Agent Smith. When they were shooting, he didn't have to do nothing. I'm going to show you something, man. Don't give up, brothers. Never give up, man. No matter what, don't give up. You give me Joel 2. Joel 2. Read verse. Yep, read verse 5. Watch this. Start verse 4. Did you find it? Find that clip. Give me Joel 2 verse 4. Watch this.
The book of Joel, chapter 2, verse 4.
Watch this.
The appearance of them is as the appearance of horses.
You see that? Because horses are what? They were used for war. Those are chariots of war. Read.
And as horsemen, so shall they run.
As horsemen, so shall they run. He's talking about the Israelites. Come on.
Likewise, the noise of chariots.
Like the noise of chariots.
Like the noise of chariots. On the tops of the mountain shall they leap.
Because these mountains talk about these top governments on earth that are going to be overthrown. Read.
Like the noise of a flame of fire that devoureth the stubble.
You see that? He says they shall run to and fro like what? Like sparks upon the rubble. Give me that in Wisdom of Solomon, man. Wisdom of Solomon 2. Come on, come on, come on. Wisdom of Solomon. Yeah, Wisdom of Solomon chapter 2. Read verse 7. Watch this.
Wisdom of Solomon chapter 2, verse 7.
Listen good. Come on.
Let us fill ourselves with costly
No,
wine.
I'm sorry. Wisdom of Solomon 3 verse 7. Wisdom of Solomon 3 and 7, man. Watch this.
Yes, son.
Uh-huh.
Wisdom of Solomon chapter 3, verse 7.
Come on.
And in the time of their visitation,
In the time of our visitation, come on.
they shall shine.
We're going to shine. Come on.
And run to and fro like sparks among the stubble.
We're going to run to and fro like sparks among the stubble. When a spark is because you ever seen it? After a fire, they say, sparks over there. Stubble is what? Is those that have been devoured by the fire of the Lord's jealousy. So we're going to be running to and fro. The Lord said, you're going to be alive in that day. That fire will not touch you. Now go back. Joel 2, verse 5 again.
The book of Joel, chapter 2, verse 5.
Watch this.
Like the noise of chariots, on tops of the mountains shall they leap. Like the noise of a flame of fire that devours the stubble.
Read.
As a strong people set in battle array.
That's the war. That's God's army. That's the Israelites, man. That's God's army. Go ahead.
Before their face, the people shall be much pain.
The people are going to be much pain when they see us in the streets. Read.
All faces shall gather blackness.
Watch this. Come on.
They shall run like mighty men.
They shall run like mighty men.
They shall climb like They shall climb the wall like men of war.
Because we are men of war. Come on.
And they shall march everyone on his way. And they shall not break their rank.
They shall not what now?
And they shall not break their rank.
Watch this.
Neither shall one thrust another.
You see, you're not going to go out of your own rank. Go ahead.
They shall walk everyone in his path. And when they fall upon the sword,
when they fall upon the sword, what's going to happen?
They shall not be wounded.
They shall not be wounded. Now play the video. Did you find it? Play the clip, man. You see what Morpheus said? When you ready, Neo, you wouldn't have to. Brothers, when we ready, we wouldn't have to do that. Look how scared the demon is. When we ready, the demon gonna look like this. Move me out. Man, when we ready, the demon gonna be so frightened, shaking in their boots. So it's all these other nations, man. Now play it. Watch this.
Get up.
He is the one.
Now, the volume must go down a bit. Now, I want you to see what's going on with the mic, man. Come on, don't mess me up. Go back, go back, go back. Yes. Now play it again.
He is the one. He is the one.
Pause. I want you to see now what he's doing. He's not using his full strength. He's standing. He's not even moving his feet. Nothing, man. He's blocking the demon. But watch when he exerts his strength. You just watch. Just watch. Play. You see, the apostles, they go to a level where they kept the commandments of the Lord of the Most High so perfectly that their shadow, the apostle Peter's shadow, was able to heal the people. He was able to affect time and space. Did you see after he did the demon, everything was bending around him? And he had to adjust, and then the walls had to adjust to him instead of the other way around. Get that? Where's that? Is it in Acts 5? What verse is that, man? Keep that on the screen. I know it's in Acts. What verse is that, man? Yep, Acts 5 verse 15. Watch this. Acts chapter 5, read verse 14. I've got Acts chapter 5. Come on. Acts 5. No, come on, man. We want to see ourselves now. You can use the one on the left. Use the one on the left. No. Yeah, that one. Okay, now read that.
The book of Acts, chapter 5, verse 14.
Read.
And believers were the more added to the Lord.
As the believers were the more added to the Lord. Come on.
Multitudes, both of men and women.
Because now they believed on what the apostles was teaching. Read.
In so much that they brought forth the sick into the street.
Read.
And laid them on beds and couches.
Come on.
That at the least the shadow of Peter passing by might overshadow some of them.
You see that at the least the shadow of Peter passing by might overshadow some of them and they get healed. You see that? So when you're reading this, that's what you are seeing that Neo, that's what he was doing, man. He was affecting time and space. That's how perfectly kept God's commandments, man. He was able to manipulate matter. Man, that's heavy, man. That's why Morpheus said, Neo, when you're ready, you wouldn't have to. You won't have to, man. Man, go back to the video a little. Go back, man. I want you to see when he now showed the demon who he is. Oh, I'm going to show you that, man. Just a bit. When he was punching. Yes, play. You see how quick he was? You see, listen, man, that's when you listen. Woo! Go back, they didn't see, they missed it. You missed it, man. You know, when I was watching the movie, I got goosebumps, man, when I saw this, man. Because it's carry a delay, but I want to show you something, man. Play. Did you see that? It was so quick. That's when he's like, let me show you now that I'm ready. He's like, let me show you now I'm ready. He couldn't believe Agent Smith. That demon could not believe it, man. And now, he didn't dodge no bullets. He didn't run away from the agent. Because remember they told him, when you see an agent, run. No, he ran towards it, the agent. Not away from it. That's when you ran. Brothers, don't leave this truth, man, for nothing, man. Not for the woman in the red dress. You simple as hell. Now, okay, now let's get into the topic now. Yeah, that's, you can take that off the screen, man. Black horse. Now let's get into the topic. You know how it goes, man. I always do this when I have in class. I always go over like a, preview of the class. I do that. Now, let's go over the black horse, man. Let's go over it. Last week, we went over the black horse 1. So today we're going to continue on part 2. So I'm going to backtrack a little bit just to catch you up. Okay, go back to Revelation 6 now. Revelation 6 verse 5, because that's where we were. Okay.
The book of Revelation, chapter 6, verse 5.
Read.
And when he had opened the third seal.
The seal is talking about the understanding. Okay, get that in Isaiah 8 real quick. Isaiah 8 verse 16.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 8, verse 16.
Come on.
Bind up the testimony. Seal the law.
Seal the what?
Seal the law.
Seal the what?
Seal the law.
Seal the law. Now go back. Revelation 6 and 5.
The book of Revelation, chapter 6, verse 5.
Come on.
And when he had opened the third seal,
read.
I heard the third beast say, Come and see.
Come and see.
And I beheld, and lo, a black horse.
A what now?
A black horse.
A black horse represents the dark races that Esau would conquer. Meaning what? The Israelites scattered among, all nations on earth through colonization, slavery, and forced migration. And apartheid, being oppressed up in here. You understand? And all that. Now, go back to Zechariah 6 now. The black horse represents the Israelites scattered among all nations through slavery, colonization, and forced migration, and being oppressed in those lands by these heathens. Okay? Zechariah 6, read verse 6.
The book of Zechariah, chapter 6, verse 6.
Read.
The black horses, which are therein, go forth into the north country.
You see that they go forth into the north country, which is the what? the Western Hemisphere. Give me that in, is it Amos? Zechariah 8 verse 7. Yeah, Zechariah 8 verse 7.
Book of Zechariah chapter 8 verse 7.
Come on.
That says the Lord of hosts. Behold, I will save my people from the east country.
The east country is the east. It's talk about Africa. It's talk about China, Japan, and all that. India and all that. That's up from the continent of, that's the Eastern Hemisphere. Come on.
And from the west country.
And from the west country, that's the Western Hemisphere. That's what it says in the place of the north. Now go back. Zechariah 6 and 6 again.
The book of Zechariah chapter 6 verse 6.
Also it says the north country. Okay, come on.
The book of Zechariah chapter 6 verse 6.
Read.
The black horses which are the east go forth into the north country.
They go forth into the north country. That's the Western Hemisphere. Read.
And the white go forth after them. And the grizzled.
That's the rest of the Israelites. Read.
And the grizzled go forth toward the south country.
That's South America. Come on.
And the bay went forth and sought to go, that they might walk to and fro through the earth. And he said, get your hands, walk to and fro through the earth. So they walked to and fro through the earth.
Read on.
Then cried he upon me, and spake unto me, saying, behold, these that go toward the north country,
these black horses that go toward the north country, Israelites scattered. Read.
Have quieted my spirit in the north country.
Because they would conquer us. Because how did we end up in the north country? Because they took us from the west coast of Africa, the south coast of Africa, the east coast of Africa, the central coast of Africa, the northern coast of Africa. And they scattered us to North, Central, and South America and to the rest of the world. That's what they did. Okay? So these black horses is making reference to Israelites that would be where? On the continent of Africa. Now get that in Luke 21, when Christ prophesied that we would end up in captivity. Luke 21. Read verse 20.
The book of Luke chapter 21 verse 20.
Read.
And when ye shall see Jerusalem compassed with armies.
When you shall see Jerusalem compassed with armies, come on.
Then know that the desolation thereof is nigh.
The destruction of Jerusalem therefore is nigh. Come on.
Then let them which are in Judea,
those that are in Judea, our people, our forefathers and foremothers, read.
Flee to the mountains.
They must run to the mountains. Okay. What are these mountains? Hold that. Give me Matthew 2 verse 13. It says flee. When you see Jerusalem compassed with the Roman armies, it says flee to the mountains. Okay. Matthew 2 verse 13.
The book of Matthew chapter 2 verse 13.
We are going here to show you what the mountains make in reference to. Come on.
And when they were departed, behold, the angel of the Lord appeared to Joseph in a dream.
Joseph is the father of Jesus Christ. You understand? Not his stepfather, his biological father by blood, through sexual intercourse. Read.
Arise and take the young child and his mother and flee into Egypt.
And do what now?
And flee into Egypt.
And run deeper into the continent of Africa, because Jerusalem is already on the continent, Northeast Africa. Okay, come on.
And be thou there until I bring thee word. For Herod.
For who?
For Herod.
Let's get the Zondervan Compact Bible Dictionary. Get the definition of Herod. Who is Herod? Herod. For Herod will do what now? Keep reading.
For Herod will seek the young child to destroy him.
So the young child is talking about Christ the Messiah. For Herod will seek the young child to destroy him. You should already have this, brothers. We went over this. Share it on the screen. Yeah, Herod. Idumean rulers of Palestine. You got it? Okay, share it on the screen with them for the people.
Reading from the Zondervan Compact Bible Dictionary.
Let's go.
Page 226.
Oh, please. Okay, come on, read that. Herod.
Agrippa the first, grandson of...
No. Page 224. We want the one in page 224. There, that one right there. And while you're getting that, make sure to get Idumea.
Page 224.
Do you see it?
Yes, sir.
Oh, praises. Do the people online see it? Okay, come on.
Herod, Idumean rulers of Palestine.
Idumean rulers of Palestine. So Herod was an Idumean. Let's get the definition of Idumea. Keep reading on that.
Herod, Idumean rulers of Palestine. 47 BC to 79 AD.
Go ahead.
Line started with Antipater, whom Julius Caesar made
procurator
of Judea in 47 BC.
You see that he made procurating governor of Judea in 47 BC. So what we're reading here, Herod was the king during that time when Christ was born. Herod was the king. None of the Jews was ruling during that time when Christ was born. There would be no king ruling. You understand? A heathen would be ruling and be appointed over us. That was Herod, the governor. By what? By Rome. Rome would set him up. Okay? Get the definition of Idumea now. The definition of Idumea. Let's get there.
Idumea. Pertaining to Edom.
Pertaining to what now?
Pertaining to Edom.
So Idumea pertains to Edom. Go ahead.
Greek and Roman name for Edom.
So Idumea is Edom. Idumea is the Romans. Idumea is the Greeks. Who are those people? The so-called white people of today. They call entire Caucasian race, including white people that call themselves Jewish, because those are white people. Don't be fooled, brothers and sisters. Okay, let's go back now. Matthew 2 verse 13 again.
The book of Matthew chapter 2 verse 13.
Come on.
And when they were departed, behold, the angel of the Lord appeared to Joseph in a dream, saying,
Read.
Arise and take the young child and his mother.
Read.
And flee into Egypt.
And run deeper into the continent of Africa and hide yourself. Read.
And be thou there until I bring thee word. For Herod.
Because the white man, Herod, go ahead,
will seek the young child to destroy him.
Will seek the young child for to destroy him. So now go back. Luke 21, verse 21.
The book of Luke chapter 21, verse 21.
I'm showing you here, how did these black horses end up in the north country? Read.
Then let them which are in Judea flee to the mountains.
Meaning run deeper into the continent of Africa and hide. Because the white man will seek to destroy the young child for to destroy him. So if the angel warned Joseph back then, and Christ is warning us during when he walked the earth, that the time will come that after 70 years, sometime gone, guess what? The Roman armies will come against you, will destroy the temple, will enslave you, will kill many of you. Go ahead.
And let them which are in the midst of it depart out.
Meaning run. Come on.
And let not them that are in the countries enter therein.
Don't come back. Come on.
Enter therein.
Read.
For these be the days of vengeance.
For these be the days of vengeance, because the abomination that maketh desolate was going to come to pass. Come on.
That all things which are written may be fulfilled.
That all things which are written may be fulfilled. Verse 24. Watch this.
Verse 24.
Come on.
And they shall fall by the edge of the sword.
Those that were our forefathers that remained, many of them, they fell by the edge of the sword. Come on.
And shall be led away captive into all nations.
They're going to go into slavery. So because 1600 years later, we would be on the continent, deeper into the continent, west coast, east coast, south coast, and the central coast. Go ahead.
And Jerusalem shall be trodden down of the Gentiles.
Jerusalem shall be trodden down of the Gentiles, the Roman armies unto this day. Come on.
Until the times of the Gentiles be fulfilled.
Until the time of their rulership is done. But for you to see their time of rulership is being done, you see Israel is waking up. So that we can declare that their time of the Gentile rule is coming to an end. Thank God for that thing, man. You understand? So that's how they ended up in the north country. The reason why our forefathers, many of them ended up in the north country was because what? It was prophecy. You understand? So now, go back to Revelation 6, verse 5 again.
The book of Revelation, chapter 6, verse 5.
Read.
And when he had opened the third seal.
When you opened the third seal.
I heard the third beast say,
Come
and see.
Read.
And I beheld. And lo, a black horse. And he that sat on him.
And now this man is the white man that will sit on us to conquer us. Jump up to verse 2. Watch this.
The book of Revelation, chapter 6, verse 2.
Read.
And I saw, and behold, a white horse.
Go ahead.
And he that sat on him had a bow, and a crown was given unto him.
Meaning power. Read on.
And he went forth conquering, and to conquer.
That's it. He went forth conquering and to conquer. That's why it says, he that sat on him had a pair of balances in his hands. So the white men, when they came to conquer us, they had a pair of balances in their hand. This pair of balances was for them was falsified balances. Because we already had just balances among us. But when the white men showed up to conquer us, to colonize us, to enslave us, to divide us, and to spoil us of our riches, guess what? He had a falsified balances in his hands so he can rob us. Understand that? So he didn't have good just balances in his hand. He had falsified balances. Get that in Amos chapter 8. 8. Read verse 5. He had a pair of falsified balances in his hands. Okay? So when the white man comes on the scene, he don't come as good people. You understand? They come to destroy and to pillage, to rob, to rape and murder. Read what you got.
The book of Amos, chapter 8, verse 5.
Read.
Say, when will the new moon be gone, that we may sell corn?
Because the white men don't care about the new moon. We do. So that's why on the new moon, on the Sabbath, on our feast days, they operate. They be selling and trading. Read.
And the Sabbath, that we may set forth wheat.
Because Israelites were complaining because they saw the heathens. They didn't care about that. Read.
Making the ephah small.
So the white man, when he came, he had a pair of falsified balances in his hands. To do what now?
And the shekel.
No, to making the what?
Making the ephah small.
The ephah is a measuring instrument. You understand? To put in like beans and whatnot. Goods and services, things to eat. So now, this is what we did. So now what we did, we had just balances. The white man came with falsified balances to manipulate the price. Okay? He says he made the ephah small. Come on.
And the shekel great.
So he made the shekel. The shekel is currency, money. So the white man came with falsified balances in his hands. Come on.
And falsifying the balances by deceit.
So how did he falsify balances by deceit? Because he made the ephah small and the shekel great. So you bought more, you bought less for more. That's what he did. That's why he had a pair of balances in his hands. What type of these balances? Falsified balances to make the ephah small and the shekel great. So you're going to buy a lot of things. You're going to buy little things for more money. So he would manipulate the currency. So that when you go to the shop, now when we go to the shops, you have 1,000 rands in your hands. When you buy groceries, back in the day, you used to fill a trolley. Now with 1,000 rands, you walk away from the shop with 2 plastic bags. And the 1,000 rands is done. Because the white man has made the ephah small and the shekel great and falsified the balances by deceit. Okay, come on.
That we may buy the poor for silver.
But before we get that in 2 Ezra 16 verse 41. When the white man made the ephah small and the shekel great by falsifying balances by deceit, this is what happened. It causes a ripple effect in the economy. Because that's what the white man is doing. You understand? To manipulate the economy, the rent exchange, the exchange rates and whatnot. Because we didn't have that. We had free trade. You had bananas, I had apples. I needed bananas, I would exchange. You understand? 2 Ezra chapter 16 verse 41. Watch this.
Second book of Ezra chapter 16 verse 41.
Come on.
He that selleth, let him be as he that fleeth away.
You see that him that selleth, let him as be him that fleeth away. Because what happened? When they arrived, because we were selling, we were trading amongst ourselves. When the white men arrived, we fled. We ran. You understand? Because they came for war. They came with a sword to destroy us. Read.
And he that buyeth.
And he that buyeth.
As one that will lose.
And as one that will lose. So we lost. So the free trading that we had amongst ourselves, that was all gone. Because the white men came and falsified balances by deceit and said, no, I need to add a middleman in the midst of buying and selling. Who was the middleman? He's the middleman. So he dictates how much you buy something from somewhere and how much they sell it for you. So if you don't agree with these falsified balances, what does he do? He puts sanctions on you. That you used to trade with your brother in the Congo. Then the white man comes, Leopold comes, all of a sudden, South Africa cannot trade with his brother in the Congo. Because the white man, he's now inserted himself in the midst of it. Give me that in Sirach. We read it last week. Sirach 27 verse 2. Actually, read Sirach 26:29 first. We're coming back to 2 Ezra. Track 26, 29.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 26, verse 29.
Watch this.
A merchant.
The white men, they are the merchants. America is a merchant. Europe is a merchant. You understand? Russia is a merchant. Saudi Arabia, China, India, those are merchants. You understand? The EU is a merchant. Babylon the Great, aka America, these are merchants. Read.
A merchant shall hardly keep himself from doing wrong.
You see, these merchants, they can hardly keep themselves from doing wrong. Because why? Wherever they go, they falsify balances by deceit. Come on.
And an huckster shall not be freed from sin.
Because the white man is a huckster. You understand? Now give me Surah 27, read verse 1 and 2.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 27, verse 1.
Read.
Many have sinned for a small matter.
Many have sinned for a small matter. So that's what the white man has done. He has sinned greatly for a small matter. Read.
And ye that seeketh for abundance.
Because the white man, when he came over here, he came to seek for abundance. What is the abundance? The great riches that are here on the continent. There's great riches here. There's great riches in the so-called Near East. There's great riches in the Americas, North, Central, and South. There's great riches here on the continent of Africa. The white man, he came here seeking for abundance of those riches. Read.
Many have sinned for a small matter, and he that seeketh for abundance will turn his eyes away.
He will turn his eyes away from the what? The just balances. Because he's all for profit. Because this is capitalism, what we're reading here. What we're reading here is capitalism. Okay, come on.
As a nail sticketh fast between the joinings of the stones.
Read.
So doth sin stick close between buying and selling.
So the sin that stick close between buying and selling is the white man. The white man is the sin that sticks between buying and selling. Then I'm going to show you that. Give me that in 2 Thessalonians. Is it 2nd or 1st Thessalonians? Let me see. Yeah. 2 Thessalonians 2. Read verse 3 and 4. Watch this.
Second book of Thessalonians, chapter 2, verse 3.
Watch this.
Let no man deceive you by any means.
Let no man deceive you by any means. Okay, watch the chart. Come on.
For that day shall not come.
That day shall not. Let no man deceive. The subject matter is deception. You understand? Read.
Except there be a falling away first.
They're falling away. We read it in Luke 21 when we're going over. They shall fall by the edge of the sword. Read.
And that man of sin be revealed.
That man of what now?
And that man of sin be revealed.
You see, that man of sin. So that man of that sin that sticketh between buying and selling is that man of sin. That inserts himself between buying and selling. He wants to be in the middle. Read.
The son of perdition.
The son of destruction. He destroys the economies. He comes into a country, he destroys the livelihood of brothers and sisters in the country. That's why he came here. He came to seek for abundance. But was it his abundance? No, it was our abundance. But he came for the abundance of these riches that are underground here. Read.
Who opposeth and exalted himself above all that is called God.
That's the white man. Read.
Or that is worship.
Because the people worship him. He made himself into a god. Read.
So that he as God seated in the temple of God.
He's in the churches. Even so-called black churches, you see white images have been there. Read.
Showing himself that he is God.
He's showing himself that he is God. He's showing himself. So he came here seeking for abundance. But in order for him to get that abundance, he had to insert himself between us doing free trade amongst ourselves. So he's the sin that sticks between buying and selling. You understand? So he wanted to be the middleman. So he made himself one. So now when brothers and sisters on the continent want to trade, look at AGOA. How is it? Because the countries that are part of AGOA, they can trade among themselves without needing the US to be the mediator. Why must Babylon the Great be in the midst of this? So much so that America has the stones to say, listen, this country, Angola, Uganda, they're committing human rights violations. So therefore, we're gonna kick them out of AGOA, so that they don't have access to the US market. That's another way of sanctioning the country. They cannot do trade. But the countries that are inside AGOA, they don't need the US. Why do they need to have their access to the US market when the United States don't have no riches? We have the riches here. So it's letting you know that the white man has become this shadowing caste over all nations. You understand? He's become this shadowing caste over all nations. We went over this maybe 2-3 weeks ago in the book of Isaiah. Okay. Now, watch this. Now, go back. Go back to Amos. No, go back to 2nd Ezra. Okay, 2nd Ezra 16. Because that's where we were. 2nd Ezra 16 verse 41. Go back there.
Second book of Ezra, chapter 16, verse 41.
Watch this.
He that selleth, let him be as he that fleeth away, and he that buyeth as one that will lose.
As one that will lose. Because guess what? Who lost? We lost everything. Read.
He that occupieth merchandise.
Because we had merchandise. But the merchants came, they took away our merchandise. You see that? Read.
He that occupieth merchandise, as he that has no profit by it.
Because somebody else will come and take your merchandise and they will have profit by it. You understand? Read.
And he that buildeth, as he that shall not dwell therein.
Because we build these houses but we don't dwell in them. Look at these skyscrapers, all these complexes that we be building in these big lands and hectares and whatnot. Black men don't stay up in there. But we builders, we the builders. But we don't get to stay in those buildings. Read.
He that soweth, as if you should not reap.
As if he should not reap. Because we planted vineyards, but we never profited from those vineyards. Because the locusts came and ate. Read.
So also he that planted the vineyard, as he that shall not gather the grapes.
You shall not gather the grapes. You plant vineyards, you will not gather the grapes therein. Where do we usually read this? First, I want to deal with the merchandise. Give me that in Revelation 18 verse 12. Revelation 18 and verse 12. We're still going over the white man falsifying balances by deceit. Okay? Revelation 18. Read verse 12.
The book of Revelation, chapter 18, verse 12.
Watch this.
The merchandise of gold.
The what now?
The merchandise of gold.
Remember, it says the merchandise. Who own the merchandise? We own the merchandise. But the merchants of the countries will come and take our merchandise. Read.
The merchandise of gold.
Because America don't own no gold. They get the gold from here. Read.
And silver.
And silver.
And precious stones.
That's diamonds and platinum and diamonds and all that. Read.
And of pearls. And fine linen.
And fine linen.
And purple.
Okay, put the stuff on the screen. That map of colonization of the fruits of our land, because that's what this is going into. These are the fruits of our land. You understand? These are the fruits of our land. Read verse 12 one more again.
The book of Revelation, chapter 18, verse 12.
Come on.
The merchandise of gold.
The merchandise of gold. These merchandise of gold, the merchants of the countries will come from all over the world to come and steal the merchandise from us because we didn't benefit from them. Neither are we this day. Read.
The merchandise of gold.
That's what you are seeing on the screen there. The merchandise of gold, because we have these resources. Read.
And silver.
And silver. Okay, come on.
And precious stones.
And precious stones.
And of pearls.
And of pearls.
And fine linen. And purple.
You see that? So zoom in a little bit. Yeah. You see that? So you see that? Look at them. Iron ore, cotton, uranium, gold. You see that? Petroleum and natural gas, coffee, grains. What we're reading here, these are the merchandise, clothing and textile. Come on.
And silk.
And silk.
And scarlet.
And scarlet.
And all thine wood.
And all thine wood. Come on.
And all thine wood. And all manner vessels of ivory. And all manner vessels of most precious wood. And of brass. And iron. And marble.
So all these are the fruits of the earth. These are the fruits of the land that the white man came and stole them from us. Come on.
And cinnamon.
And cinnamon.
And odors. And ointment. And frankincense.
Go ahead.
And wine.
And what?
And wine.
And wine. Come on.
And oil.
And oil. Read.
And fine flour. And wheat. And beasts.
Read.
And sheep. And horses. And chariots. And slaves. And souls of men.
So they took everything from us. Not only that, but they took us also. Not only did they took us, but they took our minds too. Because it says, and souls of men. So this is the white man is a special kind of thief. He steals everything including the people and their minds too. Because how is it the countries inside AGOA, they agree to this madness? Why couldn't they just say, hey, listen, we don't want to be part of AGOA. What the hell is that? Listen, we're good here. We're going to trade amongst ourselves because we have all the resources. We don't want you here. Get out. If anything, you must beg access to come into our market. If anything, because we have the resources. You got nothing. So it's letting you know. That's why it says, and the souls of men, their minds, so that they cannot think for themselves. So the white man is become, get that in Isaiah. Let me just read it. He says, this man has become that shadowing cast over the people. It's in Isaiah. It's in Isaiah. Hey, what verse is that? I know it's in Isaiah. It's in Isaiah. Yeah, Isaiah 25 verse 7. Read that.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 25 verse 7.
Watch this.
And he will destroy in this mountain the face of the covering, cast over all people.
You see that the Lord says he's going to destroy in this mount, that's Babylon the Great. The face of the covering cast over all people. The white man, that's what he is. A covering cast over all people. That's why he stole the people and their minds also. Read.
And the veil that is spread over all nations.
You see, the white man is become a veil that is spread over all people. When you come, your veil is coming, you cannot see clearly. So that's what the white man has become. To us especially, and to the rest of the nations on earth. That's what the white man has become. You understand? That's why it's like the people are under a spell. You understand? Go back to 2nd Ezra, chapter 16. 2nd Ezra, chapter 16. And this covering cast over the people, this veil over the people, guess what the white man now is able to do? Because he's got falsified balances in his hands, these falsified balances, they come in the form of what? Policies. He implements trade policies, America's foreign policy, Europe's foreign policy, the EU's foreign policy on these third world countries. That's us. Okay? 2nd Ezra 16. Read verse 43 again.
Second book of Ezra, chapter 16, verse 43.
Read.
He that soweth, as if he should not reap, so also he that planteth the vineyard, as he that shall not gather the grapes.
You see that? You plant the vineyard, you will not gather the grapes. Why? Go back now. Go back to Amos 8. Amos chapter 8. Read verse 5 again. Because you'll have the white man who will come and be in the midst of this all. Read that. 8 verse 5.
The book of Amos, chapter 8, verse 5.
Read.
Say, when will the new moon be gone?
Yeah.
That we may sell corn.
Go ahead.
And the Sabbath, that we may set forth wheat.
Read.
Making the ephah small.
Making the ephah, that's the key. Making the ephah small.
And the shekel great.
And the shekel great. Come on.
And falsifying the balances by deceit.
You see that? And guess what? Not only does the white man buy more for less, not only that, but the way he manipulates the currency, he does it in a way where the dollar is stronger than the rand. So when he comes this side to buy goods from this country, from the continent, he always gets more for less. Because our country currency is weak and his currency is stronger. Who introduced all that? He did that. So it's not just the stuff you buy. No, it's the currencies through the stuff through which you buy the things. You understand? Go ahead.
That we may buy the poor for silver.
That we may what now?
That we may buy the poor for silver.
Because the white man is a merchant. Read.
And the needy for a pair of shoes.
And the needy for a pair of shoes. Go ahead.
Yea, and sell the refuse of the wheat.
And sell the refuse of the wheat. That's why you eat white bread. White bread is the refuse of the wheat. Wheat is not white. Wheat is brown. So when you eat white bread, you eating the refuse of the wheat. That's what we're reading here. You understand? Because the white man will have the silver and the gold. Where will he get it from? He will get it from stealing from us. Not only that, But he will take the gold and the silver and the precious stones and marbles and all that, take it and empower his currency to make your currencies like your currency is worth nothing. You understand? Now, get that in Deuteronomy 28, verse 33. We touched on this last week. Put the picture back on the screen. The colonization picture. I want that back. Put it back. Yeah, Deuteronomy 28, verse 33. Read that.
The book of Deuteronomy, chapter 28, verse 33.
Come on.
The fruit of thy land.
The fruit of our land. We went over the fruits of our land. Now we're showing them on the screen. Diamonds, gold, tea, coffee, grains, crude oil. You understand? Cocoa beans, textile, cotton, iron ore, uranium, natural gas, petroleum, crude oil. They get it from here. Coffee and so forth. Go ahead.
The fruit of thy land.
That's the fruit of our land. Outside of the bananas and onions and potatoes and avocados and all that. Because those also, that's still part of the fruits of the land. Read.
And all thy labor.
And all our labors, because our labors, we will labor for these things, but we will never get profit from it. Read.
Shall a nation which thou knowest not eat up.
That's why. You see that we have merchandise, but we're not going to get profit from it, because what? Shall a nation which thou knowest not eat up? Which nation is that? Show the picture now. Show the flag of the nations that came to take the fruit of our land on the same bed. Yeah, that's it right there. You see, these are the nations that came to take the fruit of our land. So start from the top and then move it up so the people can see all the flags. Yeah, you see that's the British flag over there. That's France. Okay, go up. Yeah, you see that? America, France, Britain, Germany. These are the nations that will come and take the fruits of our lands, man. Belgium and all that. France, Italy, and whatnot. Yeah, that's them. Britain. The Boers, the Dutch. That's them. They're the same race, by the way. Don't be fooled when they call themselves Boers. They call themselves British. No, this is English. No, they're all the same. Okay, go ahead.
The fruit of thy land.
Read.
And all thy labors. Shall a nation which thou knowest not eat up.
Come on.
And thou shalt be only oppressed and crushed always.
We shall be only oppressed and crushed always. So all the time, these nations, their job will be to crush us and to oppress us all the time. So you cannot say nothing. Now jump down to verse 38. Because we read this earlier, that when we read it, go back to 2nd Ezra. Read 2nd Ezra 16. Read 42 and 43 together.
Second book of Ezra, chapter 16, verse 42.
Read.
He that occupieth merchandise, as he that has no profit buyeth.
Read.
And he that buildeth, as he that shall not dwell therein.
Come on.
He that soweth, as if he should not reap.
You see that you sow, but you're not going to reap. Read.
So also he that planteth the vineyard, as he that shall not gather the grapes.
You're not going to gather the grapes. You know why? Now give me Deuteronomy 28, verse 38.
The book of Deuteronomy, chapter 28, 8.
Watch this.
Thou shalt carry my seed. Thou shalt carry my seed out into the field, and shall gather but little in.
You see that, but you're going to gather little in. Read.
For the locust shall consume it.
The locust is these nations that you see here on the screen. Dutch, British, you understand, Germany, Spain, France, you understand, America, so on and so forth. These are the locusts that will eat. Read.
Thou shalt plant vineyards and press them, but shall neither drink of the wine.
But you're not going to drink of the wine. Read.
Nor gather the grapes, for the worms shall eat them.
The worms that shall eat them is these nations, man. Read.
Thou shalt have olive trees throughout all thy coasts.
Throughout all our coasts. Read.
But thou shalt not anoint thyself with the oil.
That's why it says what? See, thou had not the oil and the wine. Read.
For thine olive shall cast his fruit.
Because the demons that will come, the demonic white men will come and take all of these robbers. They'll keep us impoverished. Now we have to be beggars now. That's why now they set up these mafia organizations called the IMF. The IMF is a mafia organization. Those are real gangsters. The IMF, a gangster organization. The WTO, another gangster organization. What's the other one? Yeah, the WTO, the IMF, there's another one. The World Bank. That's another gangster organization, man. These organizations were not set up for our benefit. They were set up for our destruction and to monitor what's going on the ground. They say, no, these third world countries, when they want financial aid, they must go to the World Bank, the World Trade Organization, and the IMF. No, those are gangster organizations to keep us impoverished. Understand that? To make sure that we always stay beggars. That's why. They are not here to help us, man. Now look at there's a clip of Motlante. Is it Kgalema Motlante Foundation? Yes. There was this boy that was talking. Like he's talking about, South Africa must align itself with Western policies. I said to him, like, you don't know what you're talking about. Just shut the hell up and sit down somewhere, man. What the hell are you saying? You don't know what you're saying. This effeminate boy that was talking. They call it KMF, Kgalema Motlante Foundation. You understand? Kgalema Motlante, he also don't know cause. Give me that in Sirach. That I may be justified in what I'm about to say. Is it Sirach 10? Yeah. Sirach chapter 10. Read verse 2. Watch this.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 10, verse 2.
Because that's Kgalema Motlante Foundation. That's his foundation. So whatever happens in that foundation, whatever the views that are shared among the people of his organization, that's how they think. Because that's how he thinks. Now read it.
As the judge of the people is himself.
As the judge of the people is himself. Go ahead.
So are his officers.
So are his officers. Read on.
And what manner of man ruler of the city is. Such are all they that dwell therein.
Watch this. Verse 3.
An unwise king destroyeth his people.
You see that's what these governments are doing. Buchama boy, Ramaphosa. They are destroying their people, man. Another Chama boy. He's also destroying his people. You understand? Keep reading.
But through the prudence of them.
Because Ramaphosa is not prudent. He's not prudent. Neither is Panyaza Lisufi. Kiri Chama boy. They're trying to charm a serpent. They're gonna get beaten. Read.
Which are in authority. The city shall be inhabited.
The city will not be inhabited by righteous men and women if Ramaphosa, they still continue to become the Chama boys for the West. You understand? Because for the first time, I agree with Joshua Maponga. For the first time. Because there was a video where he went to Penuel. He was talking about the colonial beneficiaries. Ramaphosa the colonial beneficiaries. For the first time, I agree with him. You understand? Because we wise, not just he's wrong with everything. Some things is like, okay, he's got some sense there with what he said. The rest is just garbage. You understand? The rest is just talking nonsense, man. Okay? Now, did we find it? No, not an article. It's a video. Kgalema Motlante Foundation. Just look at that. It's a video. I think it's on, I don't know if it's on SABC or ENCA, somewhere there. I saw a small clip of it. You understand? And this boy was talking, he's still a small boy. But it seems like if you are simple, you're gonna think, he's so smart. No, he's dumb as hell, dumb as a rock, dumb as a doorknob. Now, read the Bible again.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 10, verse 3.
Read.
An unwise king destroyeth his people.
Read.
But through the prudence of them which are in authority, the city shall be inhabited.
Now I'm going to show you the reason why Buchama boy, Bu Ramaphosa, Buchama boy, Bu Panyaza Lisufi. You understand? Why they are pushing all this. I'm going to show you. Here's another Chama boy. Barikima Mantashene. That's him. Yes, sir. He is another Chama boy. Akiri deals with the mines. He's dealing with mining industry. That's another Chama boy. Listen, man. He says, no, our partners overseas and what? Another Chama boy. Okay? Now, what verse is that in Hebrews? There's a script, Hebrews chapter 13. Hebrews 13 verse 5. Watch this. Hebrews 13 and 5. We're going to expose these Chama boys. I'm telling you straight up. Now read that. Did you find it, brothers? Come on, man. It's Kgalema Motlante Foundation on YouTube. Just look at it on YouTube. You will find it. There's some clips on it there. Now read that.
The book of Hebrews, chapter 13, verse 5.
Come on.
Let your conversation be without covetousness.
You see that? Let your conversation be without covetousness. Because when you listen to Chama Boy, Ramaphosa, Chama Boy, Gueremantashi, Chama Boy, Panyaza Lisufi. Yeah, I keep saying the Chama Boy because I'm going to show you that's what the Most High God calls them. The Chama Boy. Okay? Their conversation is not without covetousness. Read.
Let your conversation be without covetousness.
Read.
And be content with such things as he had. For he had said, I will never leave thee nor forsake thee.
You see, that's what the Lord promised us. But our people look to politicians to deliver them from poverty and slavery and colonization and oppression. It's never going to happen. That's a pipe dream. Get it, dreamists, pen. We know those are dreamists. We know dreamies and dreamers are simps. We have a class about that. Shout out to SOC's class, simps, dreamers. Yeah, dreamers and Chama Boys, same WhatsApp group. It's all the same. Okay, did we find it? A clip is just a clip. Just say Kgalema Motlanthe Foundation and leave it. What comes up? Yes, there was an event here, and it's not so long ago. What's another one? Yes. Those are the ones I want. Just pick one of the small number.
It's a family.
Look at the one where a young boy is being interviewed. You can see it, Mus. You can fast forward, check, go and see. There's a one where a boy is being interviewed there. Maybe the long one is showing the boy being interviewed. There's this boy that is being asked a question and he's responding somewhere there. Okay, while we're looking for that, go back to Deuteronomy chapter 28. Deuteronomy 28, read verse 39.
The book of Deuteronomy, chapter 28, verse 39.
Go ahead.
Thou shalt plant vineyards and dress them.
Read.
But shall neither drink of the wine, nor gather the grapes.
Come on.
For the worms shall eat them.
Read.
Thou shalt have olive trees throughout all thy coast.
But
thou shalt not anoint thyself with the oil.
Read.
For thine olive shall cast his fruit.
Now watch this. Give me Nehemiah 9:36 now. Because the white man will come with what? Falsified balances in his hands to manipulate the economy, to keep the poor, to keep the rich richer. And who's the rich? It's him and his allies. Now read that Nehemiah 9:36.
The book of Nehemiah, chapter 9, verse 36.
Come on.
Behold, we are servants this day.
Because today we're still slaves this day. Come on.
And for the land that thou gavest unto our fathers.
Because they keep saying, no, our democracy. You know when they say our democracy, it means our freedom. No, we are not free. Read.
To eat the fruit thereof.
The fruit of our land. So these nations came to eat the fruit of our land. Read.
And the good thereof.
And the good of the land. Come on.
Behold, we are servants in it.
No, we're still slaves. So whatever these political leaders so-called they be saying, they lying to the people. Because they don't want to tell the people the truth that, listen, you're still a slave. Nothing has changed. And politics is not going to change your condition. Because it will not. Read.
And it yielded much increase unto the kings whom thou hast set over us.
You see that? It yielded much increase over the kings that the Lord has set over us. Read.
Because of our sin.
Because of our sin. No, because we're not voting.
Because of our sin.
Because we're not voting enough.
Because of our sin.
Because of our sins. Read.
Also, they have dominion over our bodies.
They have dominion over our bodies. They dictate where you live. They don't even have to tell you, no, don't stay over there. They don't do that now. They did it during the apartheid. They would tell you, no, you cannot stay. This is not a this is not a black people's area. But they still wanted our mothers to come and become domestics. They still wanted our fathers to work in the mines. You understand? Whites only, blacks only, so on and so forth. They still dictate where you stay. Today, you know how they do it? By the amount of money they pay you at your job. Because the amount of money they pay you at your job dictates where you want to stay, where you want to live, how much you want to afford, what type of food you will have access to, what type of clothes you will wear, how will you educate your children, what type of schools your children will go to, what type of education you'll teach your children, even when you are not at their school, when you are in your house. Understand that. Read.
Also, they have dominion over our bodies.
Our bodies, come on.
And over our cattle.
When he says they have dominion over our bodies, we read it earlier in Revelation 18. Read Revelation 18, verse 15.
The book of Revelation, chapter 18, verse 15.
Yeah, no, not verse 15. Verse 13.
The book of Revelation, chapter 18, verse 18.
Watch this.
And cinnamon, and odors, and ointment.
These are the merchandise. Come on.
And frankincense.
Read.
And wine.
Read.
And oil. And fine flour.
Come on.
And wheat. And beasts. And sheep. And horses. And chariots. And slaves.
And what?
And slaves.
And what?
And slaves.
And slaves.
And souls of men.
They have dominion over our bodies. Slaves and souls of men. How you think. The way you think. What you think about. What you don't think about. How you think about marriage. How you think about relationships. How do you think about how you raise and educate your children? Guess what? The white man is in your ear. He dictates how you educate and raise your children. Because the white men don't raise their children. They get you to raise them, but they get you to maintain them. Your own. The white man teaches black men and black women to maintain their children, but they, guess what? They expect black men and black women to raise their children. You see how this works? That's why they hire full-time nannies to raise their children up. But when they keep you so busy, you don't have time to raise your children. You only maintain them. Because you think paying bills and clothing them, you're raising them. You're not raising them. That's not raising your children. Buying food and clothing and roof over your head, that's not raising your children. Raising your children, give me the 26 and 5 real quick. This is how you raise your children. And this is the reason why the government, it can easily manipulate the parents. You understand? In introducing comprehensive sex education. And the parents will eat that up without challenging the government. Now read that what you got.
The book of Deuteronomy, chapter 6, verse 5.
Read.
And thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thy heart.
Read.
And with all thy soul.
Come on.
And with all thy might.
Read.
And these ways which I command thee this day shall be in thine heart.
They shall be in your heart.
And thou shalt teach them diligently unto thy children.
You see that thing? That means you must sit down and educate your children about the laws of God. You must what now?
And thou shalt teach them diligently unto thy children.
Get the definition of the word diligent. Okay. So, brothers, you cue the videos, right? Open. Did you find it? Yeah. So, did you listen to it a little bit? Okay, all praises. Now, read that first. The definition of diligent. Yeah, share it on the screen with the people. The people must know what this means. Now, read that. You see it?
Yes, sir.
What's this?
Definition of diligent. Adjective. Having or showing care or consciousness in one's work or duty.
You see that? Showing care or what? Consciousness in one's work or duties. No English. Now get the synonyms. Similar. Yes, that's one. There's a drop down. There's one on the far right. Yeah, that one right there. Now start with the first one. Industrious. You see, that's the Proverbs 31 woman right here. This right here is that's why it says she's like a merchant ship. Yes, this is the Proverbs 31. Go ahead.
Hardworking.
Hardworking. So you see that? No. I got a PhD, my degree, This is talking about diligently in terms of educating your children. Diligently. Read.
Assiduous.
Assiduous. That's a new word. Go ahead.
Conscientious.
Conscientious. Yeah. Then read on.
Particular.
Go ahead. Punctilious. We learning, man. We learning. Go ahead. Meticulous. You see that? Now the next one I like. Watch this. Painstaking. Where can we find that in the Bible? Painstaking. Come on. Where can we find that? That word right there. Painstaking. What verse come to mind based on what we're going over? I want to know who's studying, man. What verse come on, man, regarding the children? It says painstaking. What verse is that? Stand up and answer the question. What the hell is this? Painstaking. Yes. What verse is that? Get it. Let's go there. Second Maccabees what? Well, you have right. Let's go there. Second Maccabees, man. 28. Let's read it. Have a seat. Read what you got.
Second book of Maccabees, chapter 7, verse 28.
Watch this.
I beseech thee.
No, verse 27. 27, yeah. That's what we want. Read what you got.
Second book of Maccabees, chapter 7, verse 27.
Read.
But she, bowing herself toward him, laughing the cruel tyrant to scorn,
Watch this. Come on.
spake in a country language on this manner.
Uh-huh.
O my son, have pity upon me, that bare thee 9 months in my womb,
Read.
and gave thee suck 3 years,
Uh-huh.
and nourished thee, and brought thee up unto this age,
Watch this.
and endured
And what?
and endured
And what?
and endured
And painstakingly, go ahead.
the troubles of education.
You see something? Painstakingly, I endured the troubles of education. Brothers and sisters, this is what it means to raise your children. You just paying bill, I know cuts all over the place. You just giving your children money, you're not raising your child. You just maintaining one. Raising your children means sitting down with them and going over scriptures with them and educating them to see, do they understand what this meaneth? When they're moving around in the house, you challenge them about what they read. Okay, why are you doing that? What law are you breaking? You see that? That's what it means to educate your children. Now let's go back. Why did I come here in the first place?
Painstaking, sir.
Painstaking. Yeah, let's go back. We're reading the definition of the word diligent. Okay? Come on.
Painstaking,
Painstaking. Come on.
rigorous,
Rigorous.
exacting,
Exacting, meaning exacting what? Exacting goes into exhortation. Read.
careful, thorough,
You star, he or she star. Go ahead.
sedulous,
Sedulous.
attentive,
Attentive. Come on.
heedful,
You taking heed.
intent,
Meaning what? You must have intent. You must have intentions. It must not be blind. You just be a blind man what is the saying? A blind man in a minefield. You understand? Go ahead. A needle in a haystack type of a thing. Go ahead.
earnest,
Studious.
studious,
Go ahead.
constant,
Constant. Come on.
persevering,
Persevering. Read.
persistent,
Persistent. You see that? Because this is not a listen, parenthood is not a spectator sport. Fatherhood is not a spectator sport. Motherhood is not a spectator sport. Wifehood is not a spectator sport. You understand? Fatherhood, husbandhood, lordship is not a spectator sport. You must participate. Understand that? You must get your hands dirty, so to speak. Okay, now go back. Deuteronomy 6, read verse 7 again.
The book of Deuteronomy, chapter 6, verse 7.
Come on.
And thou shalt teach them diligently unto thy children,
Read.
and shalt talk of them when thou sittest in thine house,
When you sit in your house, when you are sitting down with your children, come on.
and when thou walkest by the way,
When you're walking by the way, when you're traveling with your children, wherever you may be going. Go ahead.
and when thou liest down,
When before you go to sleep, they are called bedtime stories. Read.
and when thou risest up,
When you wake up in the morning, this is what you must do with your children. Go ahead.
and thou shalt bind them for a sign upon thine hand, and they shall be as frontlets between thine eyes.
You see that when it says front is between your eyes, meaning in your forehead, meaning in your mind, they must be in here. That's what it's saying. Okay, so the reason why we came here was because why? Because what was I going over? Yeah, I can't believe it, man. Go back to Deuteronomy 28. Is that where we were? No. Revelation 18, verse 13. Yeah, read it.
The book of Revelation, chapter 18, verse 18.
Watch this.
And cinnamon, and odors,
Uh-huh.
and ointment,
Read.
and frankincense,
Read.
and wine,
Read.
and oil, and fine flour, and wheat, and beasts, and sheep, and horses, and chariots, and slaves, and souls of men.
That's the part. And souls of men. And so meaning their minds. So the job is, the job of us. Our job is to make sure that our mind is right. And we must be diligent in that business. That's the job. You understand? Now, did you find the article, the video? Play it. And give me Daniel 8:25 and hold it. So they don't know what they're talking about. KMF. Shay, where's the video? I know it's not part of the video that I sent, but yeah. Yeah, that's it right there. Now share it. Okay, come on, brothers. Any day now. Yeah, play it.
Symbolism. I call this SOEs victims of political symbolism because political symbolism has become our policy craft. The development and production of policy in South Africa is given more credence and support than the actual implementation of policies itself. We see policies as a means to an end, or rather as an end rather than a means to an end. We celebrate policies as if we have achieved reforms. I call this SOEs victims of political symbolism because political symbolism has become our policy craft. The development and production of policy in South Africa is given more credence and support than the actual implementation of policies itself. We see policies as a means to an end, or rather as an end rather than a means to an end. We celebrate policies as...
Okay, that's it. If you can find another one where they were after, because the one that I saw, it was after the fact. After the conference, they were interviewing, so what is a BC, one of them, they were interviewing them after the fact, the conference, okay? So he's talking about what in South Africa, the implementation of policies is not given priority, but rather the mentioning of these policies is what's given priority, as though the mentioning of them will achieve whatever mandate that they've set out to achieve. So which is just basically 1 Samuel 2 and 3, read that.
First book of Samuel, chapter 2, verse 3.
Stay in the it says with the child. Come on, I want the child to understand what's going on here. Read what you got, come on.
First book of Samuel, chapter 2, verse 3.
Read.
Talk no more, so exceeding proud.
So that's what he's saying. That's why he's saying that South African government, that's what they do. They just talk, no action. Read.
Let not arrogancy come out of your mouth.
Because they talk about these policies, but they never implement any of them. Read.
For the Lord is a God of knowledge.
The Lord is a God of knowledge. Come on.
And by him actions are weighed.
Actions are weighed. So that's what he's saying. They are talking about the policies, but none of them are implementing them. Okay. So that's what he was saying. Okay. So now give me Daniel 8 verse 25. Now go back to Amos. Did we finish Nehemiah 9? Go back to Nehemiah 9:38. Let's finish that, because that's why we went to Revelation 8 verse 18 verse 13. Okay, Nehemiah 9 verse 38. Read that. Watch this. Start verse 37. Read 37 and 38 together.
The book of Nehemiah, chapter 9, verse 37.
Read.
And it yieldeth much increase unto the kings whom thou hast set over us, because of our sins.
Read.
Also they have dominion over our bodies.
That's why we said slaves and souls of men. Come on.
And over our cattle.
They have dominion. Now they have control over our minds and our bodies, where we stay, how we dress, what we eat, how you eat. Read.
At their pleasure.
At their pleasure, our cattle, our livestock, because these are our resources. Read.
And we are in great distress.
That's why in Nehemiah in chapter 2 it says, you see the distress we are in. That's the distress. Come on.
And because of all this, we make a sure covenant and write it, and our princes, Levites, and priests seal unto it.
Because it says, because of these distresses, this is what we must do now. We must go back to the covenant of the Lord and do what he commanded us, that we may be delivered from these distresses that we're in. The same distresses that our forefathers were in during the time of the Persian Empire, we have the same distresses now under Babylon the Great. We still have the same distresses, man. You understand? So now, give me that in Isaiah 62 verse 8. Isaiah 62 verse 8 and 9. Let's get there. Because remember, the white man has a pair of balances in his hands. What type are these balances? Falsified balances to manipulate the economy. Read them.
The book of
verse 8.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 62, verse 8.
Come on.
The Lord has sown by his right hand, and by the arm of his strength. Surely I will no more give thy corn to be meat for thine enemies.
You see what the Lord is promising us? Because what we're reading in Nehemiah, that's the distress we were in. In Deuteronomy 28, Moses was prophesying, that's the distress you are going to be in. And guess what? That prophecy still applies today. Because we're still in the same distress. Read.
And the sons of the stranger shall not drink thy wine.
You see, because right now the sons of the strangers, these other nations, they are drinking our wine. Read.
For the which has labored.
For the which we have labored in these vineyards. Go ahead.
But they that have gathered it shall eat it.
Because now when we gather it, we're going to eat it. Not only that, but the nations that have gathered our resources, they're not going to eat it. But we are going to eat it. Read.
And praise the Lord. And they that have brought it together shall drink it in the courts of my holiness.
You see that in the kingdom. So guess what? The level of injustices that you see done against us and our people, that's going to change, the Lord is saying. That's going to come to a stop. And the nations will be forced to stop this demonic thing they are doing unto us. Understand that this heavy oppression that they have upon us. Now, go back to Amos 8, verse 5 now.
The book of Amos, chapter 8, verse 5.
Watch this.
Saying, when will the new moon be gone?
When will the new moon be gone? Come on.
That we may sow corn, and the Sabbath, that we may set forth wheat.
Right.
Making the ephah small.
Making the ephah small. That's what the white man is doing. Devaluing. He's devaluing our currency. He's making the ephah small. Go ahead.
And the shekel great.
And the shekel great. So it's going to take you, you're going to use more money to buy less things. But he uses less money to buy more things. You see what he does? Okay, go ahead.
And falsifying the balances by deceit.
You know how he falsifies these balances? He implements policies, trade policies. Give me Daniel 8:25.
The book of Daniel, chapter 8, verse 25.
Watch this.
And through his policy.
Through his what now?
And through his policy.
The white man's trade policies. America's trade policies and foreign policies. Go ahead.
And through his policy also. He shall cause craft to prosper in his hand.
That craft is the witchcraft. The witchcraft, so much so that the countries that are inside AGOA, they don't have the common sense to say, to hell with America, let's work together and come out. They don't have the sense showing you they are under a spell. Read.
And he shall magnify himself in his heart.
The white man will magnify himself in his heart because why? His pride will proceed of himself. Read.
And by peace.
And by what now?
And by peace.
He says, no, we're going to bring peace into your country. We're going to make sure that we solve the unemployment situation in your country and all of that. Read.
And by peace shall destroy men.
And by peace he's going to destroy men. He's destroying the nations through poverty because he's pillaging these nations. He's pillaging our nations, man. Okay. Now let's play the video. The SABC Unfiltered. Yeah. SABC 3. Unfiltered. Is it SABC or SABC 3? Start from 13 seconds. Yeah, let's take it down a bit. No, not unfiltered. There's one that's SABC. This that says SABC 3 video. Is that from? I think you're on 0. Yeah, 13 seconds. It starts at 13 seconds. Is that the one? Yeah, basically, I think explaining what this, what the banks have done. I believe that's the one. Yeah, that's the one. This, by the way, this is not the recent one. This is an old one. What year was this? I think it says 9 years ago or something like that. Because this scandal has happened before, by the way. Yes. Now this is the next. This is round 2. When was it? Meaning on YouTube, I get it to say you how many years ago it was aired. Oh, I see. Okay. But the link, you still have the link? Yeah, click on that link so you can see. Because I want to be able to show you the timelines here. Or this is when it first appeared on the surface. Yeah, that's when it first surfaced. Okay. And then years later, this is happening again. Because one thing you need to understand, these are all apartheid banks, by the way. Don't be fooled. It's apartheid banks wearing different clothing, but it's still wolf in sheep's clothing. Nothing has changed. He's still the same demonic white man doing his demonic things as he always does. Okay? He hasn't changed. 6 years ago. So this is 6 years ago. Now play it. Oh, come on, brothers. What are we seeing now? Where is the banner now? Okay, come on. Let's play it.
Well, the Competition Commission has referred a collusion case to the tribunal for prosecution against 17 banks, including 3 of South Africa's big banks. The Commission has been investigating a case of price fixing and market allocation in trading of foreign currency pairs involving the rand since April 2015. The South African banks are Absa, Investec and Standard Bank South Africa.
You see, Standard Bank, Investec and Absa. So recently on 702, Standard Bank is denying. They are denying this because they think we stupid, man. They think we dumb. They think we dumb. You can look it up. Look up the thing there. On 702, yeah, now this Bingwa guy is interviewing the group CEO of Standard Bank. You know, they're trying to confuse black people. They say Standard Chartered. Like, what is that? Which bank is that one? Here's Standard Bank. Do you see it? It's on YouTube, I think. It's on YouTube. Okay, is the video done? Okay, keep playing.
Foreign currency pairs involving the rand since April 2015. The South African banks are Absa, Investec and Standard Bank South Africa. Well, Temben Kosi Bonakela has accepted the appointment as Commissioner for the Competition Commission. I do understand that we have her on the line now. Good afternoon, Temben Kosi. Are you with us on the line?
Yes, I'm with you on the line. Good afternoon.
Temben Kosi, can you confirm the prosecution of 17 banks for us right now?
Yes, we have today issued our papers to the tribunal officially, in a sense, starting the prosecution after concluding our investigation.
Tell us, can you just enlighten us on the process that you will now follow now that you've confirmed that the prosecution will indeed take place?
Well, the banks now have an opportunity to answer to our papers, and after that we should have a hearing at the competition tribunal, which will be a panel of 3 officers who will then have to render a judgment on the matter. But it's also possible that some or all of the banks may decide to settle with us. It's really up to them. The evidence we have, we believe, is quite strong. And we do know that there are banks who have indicated that they would be wanting to talk to us.
Temben Kosi, can you give us an indication of who will comprise this panel?
Well, there is a tribunal, a competition tribunal comprised of a total of 11 members. So any 3 of those members will preside over the matter. At this stage, we can't know who they will be.
Temben Kosi Bonakela joining us on the line there. He's, of course, Commissioner for the Competition Commission in South Africa. Well,
denies. What does it say? Right. So Standard Bank is denying involvement in rent fixing. But in 2015, they were part of the list. That was what? That was found guilty of rent fixing. Now, 6 years later, is it 6 years later now? You see, they are denying it. You cannot make this up because they think we're stupid. Okay, now play the video. Did we find the timestamp? Play it.
Yeah, I'd recommend that you read it by James Cross. It's a thorough analysis, and it's on the SARB website where they thoroughly analyze those events. It's worth reading. There's a second one, of course, if you're still suffering from insomnia. This one is an econometrics one, also on the SARB website, issued on the 14th of November, where they analyze herd behavior and this kind of thing. There is just no such evidence in respect of Standard Bank or the South African banks. And if there was, as I say, we would own it.
Is it your position that if there were to be evidence unearthed of involvement by anyone working with your bank, that ultimately these would be perhaps rogue traders acting on their own?
Yes, because nobody has any authority to enter into conversations with competitors on prices. Not only is it a criminal thing to do, it's thoroughly stupid, and our people are not. We monitor their activities, and as I've said to you, they are men and women of rectitude, and we trust them. But if there was evidence that they had acted out of malice or outside their mandate, we would act upon it. But as I say to you with confidence, there is no such evidence, and we will protect them.
Are your systems...
That's it. Pause right there. You listen to what he's saying? He's saying, listen, is there a way for them to, are you saying, because he's asking, is Standard Bank going to find the fall guy? That's what he's asking, but he's not being direct. He's supposed to ask you, so, okay, so the people that are found doing this, are they going to be persecuted outside of Standard Bank? So Standard Bank basically takes no responsibility for them. They acted on their own. So the Standard Bank, when they see the numbers and the reports every month, where do they think these monies are coming from? I get they have auditors. So what is the job of these auditors? You see, they just be lying, man. They think we're stupid, man. You see, like, it's called dog whistle politics. God, they like to speak over your head like, you're not going to understand this. This is too high for you. No, we understand this very well. Because he said, but there's no such evidence, so we'll protect them. But we just watched the video. 2015, they were found. They said some of them are coming forward. Because Upsides come forward, Mr. They clapped them with what? Is this 47 million? Yeah. And Uhupolori, the reason why they were clapped 47 million, they have to also, they have to pimper the other ones that were involved in, because ABSA was not involved, but if they were not involved in this by themselves. They were working with these South African banks, Investec and Standard Bank, to do this. It's a cartel. So they think we're stupid. They think we're dumb. So play on. Listen to what he says.
Robust enough to be able to prevent or even detect such, if that were to have happened?
The systems are robust, but as you know, Bongs, a bank like the church is not a museum of saints, it's a school of sinners. There are people who find ways around systems and processes.
He says the school of sinners, right? Listen, I mean, he's letting you know he's guilty. Why is he saying that? He says there's no such evidence, so we'll protect them. But now he comes back, he's contradicting himself. Now he comes back, he says, no, as you know, the bank is not a church. It's a what systems of sinners or whatever. It's a house of sinners. What the hell is this? He just said, no, there's no such evidence, so we are going to protect them. Now he comes back and says he's contradicting himself because he thinks we're stupid. Mr. Standard Bank Group CEO, we're not stupid, man. Understand that? We want to debunk your lie with the word of God. Understand that? Okay? So, you can take that off the screen, man. You can take that off the screen. Now, give me that in Sirach when they say a lie is a foul blot in a man. What verse is that? Is it Sirach 20? Yes, Sirach 20. Read verse 24. Sirach 20 verse 24. Watch this.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 20, verse 24.
Come on.
A lie is a foul blot in a man.
He just lied right there. They ask him, he answer one thing. They ask him the question in a different way. He asked different. He answered different. Because they think we're stupid. They think we're dumb. Keep going.
Yet it is continual in the mouth of the untaught.
Because he's untaught. That's why he's found continually in the mouth of the untaught. Yes, these are the people that Morpheus was talking about. Businessmen. You see, that's them. You see, they are part of the system, man. Go ahead.
A thief is better than a man that is accustomed to lie.
They just lie. Read.
But they both shall have destruction to heritage.
Watch this. Come on, verse 26.
The disposition of a liar is dishonorable. And his name is and his shame is ever with him.
Because they think we're stupid. They think we're dumb as hell. You understand? No, we're not dumb as hell. We're wise. We have the laws of God with us. You understand? Now, play the next video. Is this Kumbuzo? SABC video. Start at 5 minutes and 53 seconds. We're still dealing with this price fixing, and they're trying to cover up with a lie. They're trying to confuse us with that talk. They talk in that business talk where you don't know what the hell they're saying. You ever hear Obama speak? You can't tell what he's saying, man. From beginning to end, by the time he's done, it's like, what was this guy saying? It's crazy, man. Now, yes, their sister. Now, 5 minutes, 53 seconds. Let's hear what the sister has to say about this. I like the sister, man. She's direct. You understand? It's a breath. It's really a fresh air to hear black women be direct about this stuff. Calling the white man on his BS. Now play.
When you look at issues of rand manipulation, currency manipulation, Standard and Chartered has come out and said they participated.
Service and public entities.
When you look at issues of rand manipulation, currency manipulation, Standard and Chartered has come out and said they participated in the manipulation of the South African rand. ABSA in the country, then led by
Stop. You cannot make this up. Did you catch it? Go back. Listen to what the guy is saying. Put up the volume just a bit. Listen to what he said, because remember, this video here 702, when was it? 4 days ago. This is not 4 days ago. This is before that. Now listen to what the guy is saying. Listen up.
It's very limited in the outcomes and the outputs that they found, and they know as researchers. Those in the public service and public entities.
When you look at issues of rand manipulation, currency manipulation, Standard and Chartered has come out and said they participated in the manipulation of the South African rand. ABSA in the country, then led by Maria Ramos, admitted that they also manipulated the rand, but nothing has.
They also manipulated the rand. So Standard Chartered came out and said we manipulate. They came forward because they was guilty. They were not going to come forward if they were not found out. So now the group CEO 2 days ago, he's saying no, there's no such evidence. You cannot make. They think we're stupid, man. Keep playing.
Happened to those executives of ABSA. Nothing has happened to these financial institutions. McKinsey siphoned millions of rands out of the country to state capture, but nothing has happened to them as yet.
Thank you for that question. And the issue, and I've expressed on behalf of government the concerns on the manipulation, the impact it has done, and also that this is a demonstration that business has been active in wanting to destroy South Africa. Because when you manipulate the rand, you want the economy of the country to collapse, and that those businesses were not run by patriots. And it continues, and it's not unique to that period. There are things that business is doing now to undermine the economy and the standing of this country. And we're not saying there are no patriotic business people who are working with government to build and rebuild this country and the economy better. But what has been happening, specific to the rand manipulation, the Competition Commission has been engaging, because if you are following up, is it 28 banks and financial institutions that are at play, you need to have a solid case. So you need to then incentivize some to come and become state witnesses so that you can have evidence to prosecute the others. And the pace at which, if you recall, this was 2015. The time is taking, it shows the matter is complex. And they say they are confident now that they can take the matter to prosecution so that they can hold those who have not come forward to account and continue to deal with the penalties of the others. And it will also be determined, those who have come and done disclosures, whether their disclosures are sufficient, proportional to what the impact has been made. And you raise the issue of McKinsey and Bain and all that. And they've been trying to make mechanisms of saying, how do we compensate? And is that proposal that we have to have as a nation a discussion to say those who have done this country wrong, how do we rebuild together? How do we, and it cannot be looking at, we prosecute some Kelo, but when it comes to Kumbuzo, we must negotiate a package for Kumbuzo to have it easy. If we want to be just and fair and rebuild and have an equal trust, because the black professionals, for instance, they complain that there's been a vilification and demonification of black professionals, whereas this white...
Love this sister, man. Listen to what he's saying, man. She's not beating around the bush about this. She's saying black professionals. There's been a vilification and demonification. You see? That sister is a fly. You see, we must give that sister a flyer, man. Go back a little bit, man. This is some good stuff. I like it when black women, you see, our foremother Esther, when she got her mind right, she was speaking like this. Now, go back a little bit, man. Yeah, play.
and rebuild and have an equal trust, because the black professionals, for instance, they complain that there's been a vilification and demonification of black professionals, whereas these white companies, whether it's KPMG, you recall the stories of KPMG, PricewaterhouseCoopers themselves, they were involved in shenanigans, and there were no people have deemed it not to have a sufficient punishment or consequences for them. So it's a conversation that as leadership we must reflect back and say, how do we address that in a manner that is satisfactory, but how do we have recourse and make sure such does not happen again?
But is this not an indictment on the...
But you see, I like the sister, man. The sister is calling them out directly. She's not beating around the bush, trying to protect them. And she's really going for the head. So let's give the Lord a hand for that thing. It's good. You see, the sisters like this, they are hard to find, especially out there, because she's got influence. The sister's got influence, and she's willing to use her influence to go for the head. And she's calling them out. She says, these white companies. So that's good, right? That's some good stuff right there. We know they're not keeping the commandments, but they can see the BS that the white men be playing on them. You understand? So that's good. That's some good stuff right there. Now, let's go to SABC Unfiltered. 2 minutes, 29 seconds. So they are price fixing. You understand? They are manipulating the price, because the sister said, listen, the companies, they are doing this. The objective is to destroy and collapse the South African economy. And the people that will suffer, who is that? Black people, Israelites. Because we are the ones that are struggling on the ground. Because now the white man is saying, no, it does not really, what the banks did does not have any impact on the people on the ground. Are you crazy? So we crazy when we go to the shops. The IFA is small, but the shekel is great. We crazy. We don't see what's going on. You see, the white man is the devil, man. Because we go to the shop, 700 rand worth of electricity. You know how much units I get? 293 units. That's 700 rands. So are you telling me this is not a result of price fixing and rent manipulation? You think we're stupid, man? Mr. White Man, you're dealing with a new breed of black men. You understand? You can't touch this. Now, read the Bible again. What verse we at? Amos 8 and 5. Read again for me. Amos 8 and 5.
The book of Amos, chapter 8, verse 5.
Come on.
Saying, when will the new moon be gone? That we may sell corn.
Read.
And the Sabbath, that we may set forth wheat.
Read.
Making the ephah small. And the shekel great.
Read.
And falsifying the balances by deceit.
That's what the white man is doing. All these 28 banks that are involved in rand manipulation and price fixing and currency manipulation, guess what? They are falsifying balances by deceit. And Standard Bank is part of it. They are part of the cartel. Absa is part of the cartel. Investec is part of the cartel. You notice that they keep parading the group CEOs of these banks. Even now I'm noticing the group CEO of Investec, he's going to many interviews now lately. You see that thing? Now they had to bring the group CEO of Absa, of Standard Bank, to speak on this, on 702. To try to make it seem like the public is just crazy on this wise. The government is crazy. Meaning the sister who was speaking, meaning the sister has lost her mind. She don't know what she's saying. She don't understand this. It's too high for her. Now the sister can see through them, like Neo. Now, come on, play the video. Okay, go back a little bit. So let's start. 2 minutes, 29 seconds. Let's start there. So here, the guests on the show, they're gonna explain what is this price fixing about. Okay, now play the video. They think we're stupid, man. Wait.
Mr. Mohlala, thank you very much for joining us. You've been very close to this issue. Before we go anywhere, can we try and wrap our heads around what these banks are actually accused of having done in layman's terms, if that's possible?
Thank you, and good evening to you, and good evening to the viewers.
Evening.
In simple... term.
Stay with us. We just needed to deal with something. We back, all places. Now play the video.
Welcome back to Unfiltered, Mr. Mohlala. Thank you very much for joining us. You've been very close to this issue. Before we go anywhere, can we try and wrap our heads around what these banks are actually accused of having done in layman's terms, if that's possible?
Thank you, and good evening to you, and good evening to the viewers.
Evening.
In simple terms, you know, banks sell and buy money in the foreign exchange market, what they call forex market. So if you want to buy dollars, you have rands, you've got to approach the bank, give them your rands, and then they'll buy dollars for you. The same if you have dollars, you want to buy rands, you do the same thing. So They do that on their behalf as banks to raise their money, or they do that on behalf of clients that wants to buy goods in the international market, or they want to sell goods in the international market. So what they have done in simple terms is that they are fixing the price at which they buy or sell that money. So if you want to buy the dollars, they can come together and say, dollars today, let's through the trading, let's reduce the value of the dollar, or let's make the value of the dollar to go higher. So they manipulate it. The same with rent. If they want to buy rent cheaper, they can manipulate it so that it goes down and they buy it cheaper. So in simple terms, that is what they have done, and that constitutes price fixing in terms of the Competition Act. That is why the Competition Commission stepped in, investigated, and it's now prosecuting these banks for that conduct.
All praises. That, you see, that's an Israelite indeed. He's giving us the breakdown of what these banks are doing, man. So give me Baruch 336. So this brother, he really explained it perfectly what these banks are doing. So everybody understand what the banks are doing? They are manipulating the rent. So where did we just read this? That's Amos 8 and 5. So when the 702 interview happened, they asked him already. So he was suggesting already a trader can act by himself without the bank knowing. It makes no sense based on what this brother is explaining. Because they don't approach the actual trade, they approach the bank, not the trader. The trader just works for the bank. They approach the bank. The bank then goes to the trading floor, talk to the trader, and say, hey, listen, this is what needs to happen. Company such and such wants to buy goods in the US market or the European market. This is how we're going to manipulate the rent on the dollar so that we can get access to the goods when we're doing the exchange rates. So you see the group CEO, he was lying. Now read the Bible for me.
The book of Baruch, chapter 3, verse 36.
Read.
He has found out all the way of knowledge, and has given it unto Jacob his servant.
And has given it unto Jacob his servants.
And to Israel his beloved.
And to Israel his beloved. You're not going to deceive us, man. Because we know these are, because remember, these are puppets that the shareholders are sending for to calm black people down. Because if white men are the ones that are speaking, black people are not going to listen, man. Black people are going to say, we know, the white man is saying what? He's lying. We know that. So now they had to send a puppet to come and calm black people down. They say, no, we're going to send the group CEO of Standard Bank. He's the one that are going to calm the black people, but the brother just explained what these banks are caught of doing. And they came forward because they're guilty of wrongdoing. You understand? So now we know what they done. Okay? Is that up to 4 minutes, 42 seconds, right? Is that it? The timestamp? Well, that's all I want. Up to 4 minutes, 42 seconds, and that's it. Okay, all praises. That's it on that. Now, go back to Amos 8 and 5. Because what the brother just explained is what we read in Amos 8 and 5. So I want you to understand this verse clearly. Now read it.
The book of Amos, chapter 8, verse 5.
Read.
Saying, when will the new moon be gone, that we may sell corn?
Read.
And the Sabbath, that we may set forth wheat, making the ephah small.
So that's what Investec, Standard Bank, and ABSA be doing. And who Bank of America, Merrill Lynch, and all these other banks that are caught in this scandal. Okay, come on.
And the shekel grade.
And the shekel grade. If they want to buy rent, they want to what? They're going to make rent cheaper. So that when somebody is buying it from the US market, guess what? They're gonna get less for more. You see that? No. That's right? They're gonna get less. They're gonna get more for less. You see, that's the thing. Go ahead. I'm not an economist, but I am a prophet.
And falsifying the balances by deceit.
And falsifying balances by... That's what these banks are doing, man. And the brother just gave us a nice breakdown of what they are doing, what they are up to. Give me Revelation 6 and 6 now. Is it 6 and 6? 6 and 5. Well, that's where we went. Revelation 6. Read verse 5 again.
The book of Revelation, chapter 6, verse 5.
Watch this.
And when he had opened the third seal,
read.
I heard the third beast say, come and see. And I beheld, and lo, a black horse, and he that sat on him had a pair of balances in his hand.
Go ahead. Okay, that's it. He had a pair of balances in his hand. So this pair of balances is these falsified balances that were being done by deceit. That's what the white man is doing. Not just balances, not just weights. No. Now watch this. Give me Leviticus 25 verse 14. Leviticus 25 verse 14. Because the Most High, he actually gave us a law regarding this. You understand? Price fixing. It says when we deal amongst each other. Because when the white man came among us, we were free trading. Like I was mentioning. We're going to read it right here. Leviticus 25 verse 14. Read what you got.
The book of Leviticus, chapter 25, verse 14.
Come on.
If thou sell aught unto thy neighbor.
He said, if thou sell aught unto thy neighbor. Come on.
Or buyest aught of thy neighbor's hand.
Free trading. There was no middleman here. You see that? Of thy neighbor's hand. So that means the white man did not come in the between to cause sin. Read.
Ye shall not oppress one another.
The Most High God is giving us a law. Don't oppress one another when you're trading amongst yourselves. Read.
According to the number of years after the Jubilee, thou shalt buy of thy neighbor.
The Jubilee is after 7 years. Thou shalt buy of thy neighbor. Come on.
And according unto the number of years of the fruit, ye shall sell unto thee.
You shall sell, and ye shall sell unto thee. Watch this. Come on.
According to the multitude of years, thou shalt increase the price thereof.
He says, according to the multitude of years, you can increase the price thereof. According to the multitude of years. You understand that? Read.
According to the fewness of years, thou shalt diminish the price of it.
You see what the Lord is telling you? So this is what? Supply and demand. But you see the way the white man does supply and demand? He does the opposite of it. You see that? Because the Lord here is saying, when it's more, you see that? He says, listen, according to the number of years of Jubilee, thou shalt buy of thy neighbor, and according to the number, he said, according to the multitude of years, thou shalt increase the price thereof. So when the Lord is saying, when it's many, increase. When it's less, decrease. What is the white man doing? When it's less, what does he do? He pushes up the price. When it's less, he pushes the price more. He says, no, Pelahape, it's limited stock. So he pushes the price up. You see how he does it? He does the complete opposite of what we're reading here. Go ahead.
According to the multitude of years, thou shalt increase the price thereof. And according to the fewness of years, thou shalt diminish the price of it.
Read. What's this? Okay. What's going on with the sound? Okay, come on.
For according to the number of the years of the fruit, doth he sell unto thee. Ye shall not thereof oppress one another.
You see that he's saying, you shall not therefore oppress one another. Come on.
But thou shalt fear thy God, for I am the Lord your God.
That's it. So you see what the Lord is saying, man? So now the white man will put a thing in and says, no, limited edition, this one. Only 10 people in the world have it. So how do you think the price is going to be? He pushes the price so high that as though it's a multitude of these things. But the Lord is saying, when it's little, decrease the price. When it's more, increase the price. The white man says, no. When it's more, decrease. When it's little, increase. The white man is the devil. What are these sound bites, man? Read the Bible again. Verse 17.
The book of Leviticus, chapter 25, verse 17.
Read.
Ye shall not thereof oppress one another, but thou shalt fear thy God.
Read.
For I am the Lord your God.
For I am the Lord your God. It says, don't oppress one another. But that's what's going on. That's what these banks have been doing. And now they're putting puppet leaders in the front of us so that what? To come break people down. That's what they do, man. You understand? Because I saw there's this show, Barikin, the Black Conversations, My cousin mixed out. And I watched one episode, and they were talking about to say, this one guy is like, listen, me, I used to be in corporate. And when I was in corporate, I used to be the black guy in the room so that I can, you know, calm the black people that are coming to do business with us. He says, and I knew what my position was. He says he knew it. He was just there as a show. He was just there to pretend. And the white man is still doing the same thing today. That's why today when you go for interviews and all that, they just be holding the black women up in there. Yes, sir. They hold the black women up in there to calm you down. Because if you are a little bit confident, if you are confident, you have strong confidence, they hold the black woman in there to calm you down. Listen, man, you ever seen these athletes? These athletes, they don't have fathers. They have mothers. Mothers, they are the ones that negotiate with the owners of the football club or the basketball club or whatever. Because the mother is there to make sure that this boy knows his place. It don't cause the problem for this white man. You know, the white man is taking care of you. The white man is paying you well. The white man is taking care of us. You just be respectful and love this white man to death. Yes. Isn't that what this brother Kolisi be doing? Yeah, that's what he's doing. Kaloko. Yes. Yes, sister. You know I was going to go there, man. I got to go there. I cannot mention that without going there. It don't make sense. This makes sense, Kaloko. Now, come on. Give me Isaiah 8 verse 9 now. Isaiah 8 verse 9. Watch this. Because what's happened now, no, give me Revelation 6. Revelation 6 now. Revelation 6 and 6 now. Let's go there. Revelation chapter 6 verse 6. Yeah, Revelation 6 and 6. Let's go there now.
The book of Revelation, chapter 6, verse 6.
Read.
I heard a voice in the midst of the four beasts say, a measure of wheat for a penny.
You see, so one of these, this is one of the four beasts around the throne of the Most High. It says, a measure of wheat for a penny. These are just balances. A measure of wheat for a penny. Meaning what? A measure of an ephah of wheat for 1 penny. You see how that goes? The white man said, it says what? Make the ephah small and the shekel great. It's no longer a penny. You see what he's doing? So when he came, he found out we were dealing justly according to Leviticus 25. He said, no, I don't want that. Read.
And 3 measures of barley for a penny.
3 measures of barley. You see that 3, meaning 3 measures of an ephah of barley for 1 penny. So you see, these are just balances. The white man said, no. I'm going to change that. I must come with my economic demonic policies and mess this whole thing up. Read.
And see, thou hast not the oil and the wine.
So what we're reading here is what we read in Amos. The white man is going against this. You understand that, right? So get that into 2025 verse 15 now. Deuteronomy 25 verse 15. Watch this. Because what we're reading in Revelation 6 and 6, those are just balances that the Lord says. 3 measures of barley for 1 penny. A measure of wheat, of an ephah of wheat, 1 penny. The white man said, no. We have to change that now. We must do price fixing. We must manipulate the rent and the currency. Read what you got.
The book of Deuteronomy, chapter 25, verse 18.
Watch this.
Verse 15.
Verse 15. Come on.
But thou shalt have a perfect and just weight.
You shall have a perfect and just weight. Read.
A perfect and just measure shalt thou have.
You see that? A perfect and just measure shalt thou have. That's why it says 3 measures of barley for a penny. A measure of wheat for a penny. 3 measures of barley for a penny. Go ahead.
That thy days may be lengthened in the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee.
You see that thing? So the Most High God gave us how to deal. The white man said, no, I don't want this thing. Here's what the white man done did. Give me that in Proverbs. Go back. Proverbs chapter 11 and 1. Is that the one I want? I believe that's what I want. Proverbs 11. Yes, that's it right there. Watch what the white man has done now.
The book of Proverbs, chapter 11, verse 1.
Watch this.
A false balance is an abomination to the Lord.
You see that? So this a measure of what making the ephah small and making the shekel great. That's right. That's a false balance. That's an abomination to the Lord. So the white man, he is the false balance in the sight of the Lord. Read.
But a just weight is his delight.
So what we're reading in Amos 3:8, that's not a just weight. It's an unjust weight. You understand? Give me that in Proverbs. I'm reading this again. Proverbs 20 verse 11. Proverbs 20 verse 10. I'm sorry. 20 and 10.
The book of Proverbs chapter 20 verse 10.
Come on.
Diverse weights and diverse measures.
Read.
Both of them are alike abomination to the Lord.
Both of them are alike abomination to the Lord. So the brother, when he was explaining what the banks are doing, this is what he was explaining. Diverse weights and diverse measures. They were not just. They were unjust balances, man. Okay. Jump down to verse 23.
Verse 23.
Read.
Diverse weights are an abomination unto the Lord.
Read.
And a false balance is not good.
And a false balance is not good. And falsified balances by deceit. You understand that, right? All praises to the Most High. So the Bible is undefeated, man. Now, go back to Revelation 6 and 6.
The book of Revelation, chapter 6, verse 6. And I heard a voice in the midst of the four beasts say.
Read.
And I heard a voice in the midst of the four beasts say, a measure of wheat for a penny.
These are just balances and just weights. Read.
And 3 measures of barley for a penny.
These are just balances and just weights, like we read in Leviticus, the 25th chapter. How the Most High God taught us how to deal amongst ourselves. But when the white man showed up, he says, no, I'm going to change these balances here. Read.
And see, thou had not the oil and the wine.
Because the white man came and had the oil. He had our oil and he had our wine. How did he do it? Go back to Deuteronomy 28, verse 38 to 40. Deuteronomy 28, verse 38.
The book of Deuteronomy, chapter 28, verse 38.
Read.
Thou shalt carry my seed out into the field, and shalt gather but little in.
Read.
For the locust shall consume it.
Watch this.
Thou shalt plant vineyards.
You shall plant vineyards.
And dress them.
And dress them, meaning look after them. Come on.
But shall neither drink of the wine.
You're not going to drink of the wine of those vineyards. Because why? The white man came, he had the oil and the wine. Read.
Nor gather the grapes.
Come on.
For the worms shall eat them.
Watch this. Come on.
Thou shalt have olive trees throughout all thy coast.
Read.
But thou shalt not anoint thyself with the oil.
Because guess what? The white man will come and have the oil. He will have the oil and he will have the wine. Read.
For thine olive shall cast his fruit.
Because the white man will take it. And take it back to his land. And leave you poor. Because look, listen. Did you know that Lipton does not produce tea? You know Lipton tea, no?
Yes, sir.
You know where that Lipton tea come from? Kenya. You know Germany don't produce no tea. Germany don't have tea leaves up in there. They go all the way to Kenya. They've got farms upon farms. And the people in Kenya, they be farming on those farms, producing tea leaves. And the Lipton company from Germany comes and take all the leaves to Germany. And guess what? Processes it and make tea and sell it back. You cannot make this up, man. There's a documentary called, what's the name? The End of Poverty, right? That's the one, right? Is that the one? Yeah, they said The End of Poverty. I think I have a documentary. I think the documentary, I think I have it saved somewhere. The end of Poverty, something like that. It might be the one, right? Yes. Show it. Wait, I want a small clip. This is a small clip? Where does it start? Look for it, seek it, and just tell us where it starts. I just want that portion so you can see what the white man is doing. They don't produce nothing, man. I'm just using tea as an example. So when you watch these things, you must filter it with the Bible to see what's really going on here. Remember, up in Germany, that's Tiemann, right? That's part of Europe. Europe is a bottomless pit. There's no resources up in there. Where do they get these things from? They steal them from here and take them back. Give me that in Daniel 11. While they're looking for this. Daniel chapter 11, read verse 24. Now let's start at verse 24, 23. Let's start there. Daniel 11, verse 23.
The book of Daniel, chapter 11, verse 23.
Come on.
And after the league made with him.
After the league made with him. Get the League of Nations. Get the Berlin Conference. Just look it up on Wikipedia. Or if there's a small clip on YouTube, you can play that. So we understand what it means when it says after the league. What is this league is making reference to? Where's that book? The Scramble. I think we have it here. Take a picture of it. I want some notes in it. We have it on the library. We got it? Yeah, we share it. The Scramble for Africa. I want to go over that class. Lord's will. I've been wanting to go over that class for a while. It's been a while. Or maybe one of you can go over it. I'm serious. One of you must go over that class, man. The materials are here. I thought it was in the library. It's not? Ah, come on. Just look one up. Look at a small video on YouTube. Now read Daniel 11 verse 23.
The book of Daniel, chapter 11, verse 23.
Watch this.
And after the league made with him.
After the league made with him. So the league is the League of Nations in these last days. The Hebrews talk about Ptolemy, who was responsible for Egypt. Okay, come on.
And after the league made with him, he shall work deceitfully.
He shall what now?
He shall work deceitfully.
So Ptolemy is the great-great-great-grandchildren of Ptolemy. Who's that? Otto von Bismarck. He's the great-great-great-child of Ptolemy. You understand? And those 13 European nations, they made the League of Nations, which is what? The Scramble for Africa. Go ahead.
For he shall come up and shall become strong with the small people.
He shall come up and become strong with the small people. Because think about it. How is it that one white man was able to control over 1,000 slaves by himself? How did he do that, man? Because the Most High God put fear in our hearts. That's why it was able, he would get that into, is it Leviticus 26, right? Yeah, let's get there. Leviticus 26, read verse 35. Leviticus 26, verse 36. Let's just get to the point.
The book of Leviticus, chapter 26, verse 36.
Watch this.
And upon them that are left alive of you, I will send a faintness into their hearts.
The Lord says he will send a faintness into our hearts. You understand? Fear. Read.
In the lands of their enemies.
In the lands of our captivities. So imagine, go plantation, go plaza at the plantation of Mustafa Niker. It's thousands and thousands of us. You understand? There's 2 white men. And he's walking among black men with muscles, man. But he's able to tell you where to get off. And you don't do nothing. How is that possible, man? Because the Lord put fear in our hearts because we broke his commandments. Read verse 36 again.
The book of Leviticus, chapter 26, verse 36.
Read.
And upon them that are left alive of you, I will send a faintness into your hearts.
Read.
In the lands of their enemies.
Read.
And the sound of a shaken leaf shall chase them.
How does the sound of a shaking leaf falling from a tree chase you? Nobody be chasing you. You cannot even hear the sound of a leaf falling off a tree. Who has ever heard that? That's the level of fear the Lord says, I'm going to put in your mind, man. Read.
And they shall flee, as flee from a sword.
So when a leaf falls from a tree, you're going to be running away as though somebody is chasing you with a sword. Read.
And they shall fall when none pursue.
You're going to fall when nobody's chasing you. Come on.
And they shall,
come on.
Son. And they shall fall one upon another, as it were before a sword.
As it were before a sword. You remember during 1960, the Sharpeville massacre? You see our fathers and mothers on the run with their children? Yes, like that. Because it's letting you know that the people that will be putting this type of fear upon you, there will be nothing. Like a leaf. Nothing. Read.
And they shall fall one upon another, as it were before a sword, when none pursueth.
Read.
And ye shall have no power to stand before your enemies.
You're going to have no power to stand before your enemies. And that's what happened to us. Read.
And ye shall perish among the heathen.
You're gonna die among these heathens. That's why it says, ye shall be left few in number among the heathen, whether the Lord shall lead thee. Go ahead.
And the land of your enemies shall eat you up.
We're gonna die here, many of us, the Lord is saying. So when you look at the 1976, the Soweto uprising, 1960, the massacre, you understand? Because what you think was happening back then, man? Because we were unarmed. But yet they still put us to death with live bullets, live rounds. They were bombing us, also fire town. You understand? Yeah. That's what happened, man. Okay. So did we find it? Shame.
(1885). German Chancellor Bismarck, the most powerful man of his time, invites to his palace.
And go back and put the volume up. So basically, I need you to stay focused, man. We're in Daniel 11, right? That's right. Okay, play the video now again.
Berlin, 1885. German Chancellor Bismarck, the most powerful man of his time, invites to his palace 16 diplomats from the leading Western countries to sit together around a table. Their aim, to divide up between themselves a continent, Africa. And they will succeed. On a wall hangs a newly drawn 5-meter-high map of Africa. A huge table, and of course, no black people present. And 6 months of secret talks, noble declarations, bargaining. 6 months to dream of gold, ivory, and all the promised wealth of this new Eden, even though it is still called terra incognita. Western countries are engaged in a race for more territory.
See, the same picture we have, that demon, Kiman Cecil John Rhodes, play on.
Actors will interpret the main characters of this untold story. In a dusty corner of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Berlin, a trunk which has remained unopened for 120 years. Inside, the transcriptions of the Berlin Conference. Every single word pronounced was written down in that protocol. This is the basis of our 90- and 52-minute docudrama telling how the colonization really started. Delving into these archives, worldwide specialists, each in his field, shed light on an unbelievable strategic chess game. A racialist vision of the world deeply engraved in the mind. Berlin, 1885. They draw lines on the maps. These lines are still the borders of Africa today. Berlin, 1885. The scramble for Africa.
On your own. Now, what I'm showing you is what we're reading in the Bible. Now, give me Daniel 11, verse 23. Daniel 11, verse 23. And put up the scramble for Africa when the continent was divided to 2020, verse 33. That camp poster that we have. Now, let's put it up. Read Daniel 11, verse 23 now.
The book of Daniel, chapter 11, verse 23.
Come on.
And after the league made with him,
read.
He shall work deceitfully, for he shall come up and shall become strong with a small people.
You see that? You see how small they were in that room, around the table? What were they doing? Planning and plotting on how to overthrow us. And it took them 6 months only to do it. 6 months. It took them 6 months to do it, and look how many thousands of years later. You see, the white man doesn't plan 10 years in a 50, 30, 100 years in the future. Okay, go ahead.
He shall enter peaceably, even upon the fattest places of the province.
You see that? How did he enter peaceably upon the fattest places of the province? Because they came with the Bible, our book that they stole from us, and they came with the cross and white Jesus. Because they sent the missionaries in again to come and indoctrinate the people. When the people didn't agree with that, because the missionaries, those are economic hitmen, by the way. The missionaries are part of the economic hitmen. Because if the missionaries to come to preach Christianity to us, it didn't work, who did they send? They sent the jackals. The jackals, they come, they assassinate, they kill the kings, they assassinate them, they dethrone them. They cause a civil unrest in the country, and guess what? While the people are still focusing on that, here comes the rescuers, here come the avengers. America, Europe, they say, no, we're gonna stabilize the unrest. Go ahead.
And shall do that which his fathers have not done.
You say he's gonna do that which his fathers have not done, because his fathers killed Alexander the Great, so-called. He wasn't great to us, he was great to them. You understand? He's gonna do what Ptolemy haven't done. They're gonna do further, they're gonna do more. Read.
Nor his fathers' fathers. He shall scatter among them the prey.
He shall scatter among them the prey. Who's the prey? That's us. Go ahead.
And spoil and riches.
They're gonna spoil us, they're gonna spoil our riches. Go ahead.
Yea, and he shall forecast his devices against the stronghold, even for a time.
Even for a time. You see what they would do? They would take everything from us. But watch this. Jump down to verse 28? Yeah. Read verse 27. Watch this.
The book of Daniel, chapter 11, verse 27. And both these kings are.
These are the European colonies, Peter, the League of Nations, the Berlin Conference. Go ahead.
Shall be to do mischief, and they shall speak lies at one table.
That's the same table that they were talking about in the documentary. And who was the leader of the League of Nations on that table? T-Man. I bet T-Man is the smartest of all we saw. T-Man, these are Germans. Germans is T-Man. T-Man is the wisest of all the white men. Let me repeat it again, Mr. White Man, the Buddhist. T-Man is the wisest of you all. He's the one that knows how things work and how things are supposed to be. So T-Man is the leader of all the white people. That's what you need to understand. Read that verse again.
The book of Daniel, chapter 11, verse 27.
Read.
And both these kings' hearts shall be to do mischief, and they shall speak lies at one table.
That's the table that you saw. Come on.
But it shall not prosper.
It's not going to prosper, meaning they're not going to do this forever. Read.
For yet the end shall be at the time appointed.
Because the Lord is coming back. Read.
Then shall he return into his land with great riches.
That's what the white man is doing. They did it back then, they're doing it today. So much so now, they come here, they set up banks. Because you ask yourself, what is Merrill Lynch doing here? What is Bank of America doing here in Mzansi for sure? What for? It's called Bank of America, but it's here in South Africa. Why? Because these banks are set up as proxies for them to what? To siphon money out of the country, to manipulate the rand and the currency up in here. Read.
And his heart shall be against the Holy Covenant.
The Holy Covenant is this Bible. How is his mind going to be against the Holy Covenant? We read it in Amos, to falsify balances by deceit. Read.
And he shall do exploit.
He shall do exploit. They're going to exploit our resources and the slaves and the minds of the slaves. Go ahead.
And return to his own land.
And return to his own land. That's what they are doing every day. And the reason why they are continuing to do it, because they've got Dichama boys that are helping them. They've got Dichama boys that are helping them to achieve this demonic mission to destroy us even further. Okay? Now give me Isaiah 8 verse 8. Start verse 9. They are helping them now. You can take the map off the screen now.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 8, verse 9.
Watch this.
Associate yourself.
Because that's what Buramaposa is doing. Buramaposa and them, that's what they are doing. They are associating themselves with the enemies of our nation. They are doing business with them to destroy our nation even further, to put us more into slavery, to keep us more impoverished, more struggle, more in the ghettos, more packed like rats, where there's diseases and infestation, where the sewer is always running, the sewer is always bursting, the smell of poop everywhere. But these Chama boys, Ramaphosa, these Chama boys, Panyaza Lisufi, they are associating themselves with these heathens. Go ahead.
Associate yourselves, O ye people, and ye shall be broken in pieces.
You shall be what now?
And ye shall be broken in pieces.
The Lord says they're going to be broken in pieces. Go ahead.
And give ear, all ye of far countries.
Read.
Get yourselves, and ye shall be broken in pieces.
He says, get yourself, you're going to be broken in pieces. Come on.
Get yourselves, and ye shall be broken in pieces.
Read.
Take counsel together.
The Lord says, you Chama boys, Ramaphosa, Ramaphosa, Tumamina. He's going out there be tumoring himself. That's what's going on right now, man. Because he thinks he's making himself the next Mandela. Man. That's what he's doing. And that's how the white man is using him to become the next Mandela. Because Mandela was just a puppet in his last days. In the beginning, he wasn't so. But later years in his years, they got to him. You understand? Read.
Take counsel together, and it shall come to naught.
And you see, the Most High God is saying, we kill a Chama boy again. And what did the Lord say?
Take counsel together.
Take counsel together with Europe, America, China, and all these other nations that are keeping black people poor. Go ahead.
And it shall come to naught.
It's gonna come to naught. Whatever plan you have with Europe, with America, whatever business plans and economic plans you have, is not gonna work. This Brexit thing is not gonna work. It's gonna come to naught. Read.
Speak the word, and it shall come, and it shall not stand.
It's not gonna stand. Whatever word you speak with these nations that you are associating yourself with is not gonna stand. Read.
For God is with us.
Because the Lord is with us when we keep His commandments. Read.
For the Lord spake thus to me with a strong hand.
Read.
And instructed me that I should not walk in the way of these people, saying.
You see that we're not supposed to walk in the way of Busel Ramaphosa the Chama boy. You understand? Making our mockery. Because Busel Ramaphosa, they will definitely not get along with Thomas Sankara. There's no way that Cyril Ramaphosa, the Chama boy, was going to get along with Patrice Lumumba. There's no way. There's no way that Cyril Ramaphosa could get along with Chris Hani. There's no way that Cyril Ramaphosa could get along with Steve Biko. It's impossible, man. There's no way that Cyril Ramaphosa could get along with Robert Sobukwe. It's impossible. Because they didn't care about their people, man. Ramaphosa don't care about his people. Panyaza Yusufi don't care about his nation. But those men, they care about their nation. That's why they were killed by the Bures. That's why they assassinated our forefather Chris Hani. That's why they assassinated our forefather Steve Biko. You understand? Oliver Tambo. They killed them off because what? You had Chama boys like Ramaphosa like this. You always had coons among us, man. You always had Judases among us, man. That's what they are. I don't care how you slice it. Those are Judases among us. Because they associate themselves with this nation, they say, no, we must partner with them because why? They're going to help us to mine your own resources. Your nation your brother next to you don't even own a slab of gold. He don't even own a slice of platinum. But these nations that you say you're partnering with, they're looting on a daily basis. And you saying nothing. Okay? Now keep reading.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 8, verse 12.
Read.
Say not a confederacy to all them to whom these people shall say.
What's this?
A confederacy, neither fear ye their fear, nor be afraid.
He says, neither fear ye their fear, because they are afraid. They are afraid to stand up to the West. I've seen Ramaphosa when he speaks to in conferences with the West, he'll be tilting his head like this. So I see his body language, man. He'll be rubbing his hands together, tilting his head, like he's begging because he's begging. He can't just tell them straight, listen, we don't want you here. If you want to trade with us, we have the gold, we have the resources. If you want, listen, you must be the one asking to be in our market. Not the other way around. But they cannot do it because what? They are afraid. That's what the Lord says. Neither fear ye their fear, nor be afraid. Now watch this. Give me the book of Sirach 12 and 10. Sirach chapter 12 verse 10. We have no leaders, man. They are just a bunch of puppets, man. These are colonial beneficiaries, okay? Like Joshua Maponga be saying. Read that. Sirach 12 and 10.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 12, verse 10.
Read.
Never trust thine enemy.
Never trust your enemies. Di chama boy, buramaposa. Di kileli chama boy mo. Wanting to chama a snake. The white man is a snake, man. America is a snake, is a serpent. Why are you chammering him? You think whether you are any different? You understand? These chama boys, they were never gonna get along with people like Samora Machel. Never. They would never, because Samora Machel said something in one of his speeches. When the day you see white people applaud me, you must know I'm being sold. That's what he said. He says, the day you see white people love me, they applaud me, you must know. Listen, I'm no longer for your cause. That's what he said. But today you see we see white people speaking very well of Barkiman, this boy, another Chama boy, Vusi Tembakoyo, that's another Chama boy. Man, they make me sick to my stomach, man. Read the Bible again.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 12, verse 10.
Come on.
Never trust thine enemy.
Don't trust your enemies. Vusi Tembakoyo, the Chama boy. Vusi Ramaphosa, Tumamina, the Chama boy. The Lord says, what now?
Never trust thine enemy.
Don't trust the Netherlands. Don't trust France. Don't trust America. Don't trust Germany. Don't trust China. Don't trust Japan. Don't trust none of these nations, man, because they are not for our cause. Go ahead.
For like as iron rusted.
But as iron rusted, at the beginning, it looks like iron is silver. There's no blemishes on it. But over time, what's going to happen?
So is his wickedness.
So is the white man's wickedness. Over time, you're going to see the evil come out. Read.
Though he humbled himself.
Though he humbled himself, he said, no, we want to end the unemployment in the country. Because that's what they say. They come here all the way from the Netherlands. They come in to end unemployment in South Africa. How? How? Read.
Though he humbled himself.
Though he humbled himself.
And go crouching. Yet take good heed and beware of him.
The Lord said, take good heed and beware of him. Beware of this white man. Go ahead.
And thou shalt be unto him as if thou hast wiped a looking glass.
Because this Bible is the glass. Go ahead.
And thou shalt know that his rust has not been altogether wiped away.
That's what the Bible is saying. You're going to know that his rust has not altogether wiped away, meaning his wickedness is evil. Go ahead.
Set him not by thee.
That's what Buchama boy, what am I supposed they're doing? Panyaza Lisufi bringing Heineken and saying, no, we're creating taverns of the future. What the hell are they doing, man? Hey, man, you listen. Listen, you Chama boys. Burama Posa, Bupanyaza Lisufi. You're making us a laughing stock to these nations, man. You're making us a laughing stock to these nations. That's why these nations, they walk on top of us, man. It's because of you. Read.
Set him not by thee.
The Lord is commanding you, don't set these nations by you. Read.
Lest when he hath overthrown thee.
Because they're going to overthrow you. They're already doing that. They're crushing us always. They're looting resources every day at your consent. Read.
Ye stand up in thy place.
He's going to stand up in your place. Now they're going to be rude. They're already, listen, not only do they own the economy, they are manipulating the currency at which the economy runs on. Read.
Neither let him sit at thy right hand.
They says, don't let him sit at your right hand. Come on.
Lest ye seek to take thy seat.
They're going to take your seat. Go ahead.
And thou at the last remember my words.
He says, remember my words at the last. Come on.
And be pricked therewith.
And be pricked therewith. You see, what Ramaphosa don't understand this thing. You're going to get bit. That's what the Lord is saying, man. Okay, go ahead. Is it verse? What verse is that?
Verse 13.
Let me see. Because I want to go there, but not yet. Give me Proverbs 11:21. Proverbs 11, verse 21. Watch this. Yeah, read that.
The book of Proverbs, chapter 11, verse 21.
Come on.
Though hand join in hand, the wicked shall not be unpunished.
Do you see what the Bible is saying? Though hand join in hand, the wicked will not be unpunished. Go ahead.
But the seed of the righteous shall be delivered.
You see, the seed of the righteous shall be delivered. Though these Chama boys, they join themselves hand in hand with these Europeans and whatnot. They say, no, we're doing business. No, because remember, you know what was crazy? Remember the Brexit conference? Standard Bank was in the midst, giving talks. I'm like, what the hell is Standard Bank doing in this? The same Standard Bank that was doing rent fixing. The same Standard Bank that is implicated in rent fixing. They were part of the Brexit conference. I'm like, Standard Bank was talking. Why the hell? What business does Standard Bank have in? Because they have every business in it. I get they are the banks that have to accumulate all these monies that they are stealing from this land. Because where does the money go? I get it just sit in these banks, and these banks then they transport it overseas. Because they don't carry the actual money over there. They don't do that. No. Now watch this. Here's the solution. Chama boy Ramaphosa, Chama boy Vusitembo Kwayo, Chama boy Panyazeli Sufi, Chama boy. Who's another Chama boy? Kwere Mantashe. Who's another Chama boy? Because the list goes on and on. There's a lot of Chama boys in our community, in the government. They think we don't see. We see you. Now read the Bible. Here's the solution. Let me show you what your forefathers did aforetime. Watch this. Ezra chapter 4 verse 1. Ezra 4 and 1. Read what you got, man. Watch this.
The book of Ezra, chapter 4, verse 1.
Read.
Now, when the adversaries of Judah.
When the adversaries of Judah and Benjamin, come on.
Now, when the adversaries of Judah and Benjamin heard that the children of the captivity built at the temple unto the Lord God of Israel.
So now, watch this. Our adversaries are hearing that, listen, we're building. We're building. Because remember, when we build, it grieves them exceedingly. Remember that now. Go ahead.
Then they came to Zerubbabel.
Remember, Zerubbabel was the governor. Read.
And to the chief of the fathers, and said unto them, let us build with you.
You see that? Let us build with you. Listen, Denmark, all the way from Denmark to come to South Africa. So no, we want to do business with South Africa. We want to help the unemployment. We want to help with energy because of load shedding. They don't have energy over there. They're depending on Russia. So how are they going to help us with the energy crisis when they cannot solve it in their own backyard? How are they going to solve it over here? Read.
For we seek your God.
Because you see, they're lying. For we seek your God. Come on.
For we seek your God as ye do. And we do sacrifice unto him since the days of
Esarhaddon. Go ahead.
Since the days of Esarhaddon, king of Assur.
Of the Assyrians.
Which brought us up hither.
Watch this.
But Zerubbabel and Joshua and the rest of the chief of the fathers of Israel said unto them.
Listen to what our forefathers said, man. Read.
Ye have nothing to do with us.
Ye have nothing to do with us, man. Come on.
To build an house unto our God.
To build an house unto our God. Come on.
But we ourselves together.
We ourselves alone together. We ourselves alone. What are we going to do?
But we ourselves together.
We ourselves together. What's going to happen?
Will build unto the Lord God of Israel.
We will build unto the Lord God of Israel. Come on.
As King Cyrus, the king of Persia, has commanded us.
At the command of the Most High. Because he didn't do it out of his own accord. Go ahead. Watch this.
Then the people of the land weakened the hands of the people of Judah.
You see that? You see what happens, man? When we refuse their help, they sabotage us. You see how it goes? Go ahead.
And trouble them in
building. What are they doing now? Are they not troubling us in building? Of course they are. They are mad as hell that we don't need their help. They are upset. That's why they are shadow banning our channels, because they hate what we're bringing out. Because they are troubling our building process, man. They're not going to succeed. Understand that. Okay? Yes, share it on the screen. You know I love this forefather, man. Samara Michelle, man. This was a great leader, man. Read that thing on the screen.
If one day you hear the Europeans praise me, know that I have betrayed you.
That's it. That's it. That's it. What did who said this?
Samara Machel, former president of Mozambique.
All praises to the Most High. You see, these are leaders, man. You know who killed this brother? The Boers. The Boers, they are the ones that assassinated our forefather, Samora Machel. They did that thing. Read that thing again, man.
If one day you hear the Europeans praise me, know that I betrayed you.
That's right. So all these puppet leaders, Bu Ramaphosa, Bu Zvusitembo Kwayo, Bu Panyaza Lisufi, what's the other one? Gweremantashe. All these, listen, they are all puppets. Don't be fooled, brothers and sisters, man. Do not be fooled. Okay? Now, watch this. Give me the video now. African Diaspora News Channel, ADNC. Start at 1 minute, 7 seconds. We're going to start there. You got it? I sent it. You definitely should have it because I sent it. I know I sent it. It's called, I just say ADNC, African Diaspora News Channel. Yeah, because I quoted it at the bottom so you can see. Is she being baptized? Yes. Yeah, that's the one.
Everyone,
Yeah, that's the one. Yes, that's the one. Shade. Yep. Watch this. Yes, that's the one right there. Now, this actually goes into Agor, actually. Okay, so get the definition of Agor real quick before you share that video. The definition of Agor, because it's an acronym. Yeah, share it on the screen. The people must see this thing. Okay, let's go.
Definition of AGOA. African Growth and Opportunity Act.
African Growth and Opportunity Act. AGOA. When was it started? I think it was started in 2000, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, read it.
The African Growth and Opportunity Act, AGOA, provides duty-free treatments to goods of designated sub-Saharan African countries. The program dates from 2000.
2000. Millennium. That's the one. Go ahead.
And has the goal of promoting economic growth through good governance and free markets.
There's no such thing. That's a lie. After everything we went over, you see, these are, listen, what you see, these are fairy tales. What we're reading here, these are fairy tales. People, you know, Winnie the Pooh and all that, that's what we're reading here. You understand? We are the cool cats. This is what we're reading here. I'm telling you, man. Everybody now know that show? Yeah, that's what we're reading here. This is not real. Now, play the video, man. 1 minute, 7 seconds. Give on a pause. Give on there. Give the cool cats. Yeah, that's them. What am I pause? That's them. Give one of the cool cats. Okay. Now share the video. Brothers and sisters, we elevating your thinking. You understand? You moving to the next level of education. You're not going to learn this anywhere else, man. I don't care what you say. Because I know there's been niggas online right now. They say, no, I'm going to go to that camp. Yeah, go there. The hell is this? Go. Kick rocks, nigga. Niggas in the Bible, by the way, just means black. Now, do we have it? Yeah, 1 minute and 7 seconds. Read it. Play it.
Accept loans, aids, support, from Western countries because it always ends up backfiring. The United States just announced that they are evicting Gabon, Niger, Uganda, and Central African Republic from the African Growth and Opportunity Act, also known as AGOA.
Pause it and go back. Niger, Gabon. It's French, Pelle. We have to go into the French word. Gabon. Don't say Gabon. Gabon. Come on, man. Walala Wazan. Play the video again, man.
Sisters, we should never accept loans, aids, support from Western countries because it always ends up backfiring. The United States just announced that they are evicting Gabon, Niger, Uganda, and Central African Republic from the African Growth and Opportunity Act, also known as AGOA. AGOA was launched in 2000 and it grants exports from qualifying countries duty-free access to the US market. And as we all know, nothing from the West comes for free. No favor is going to be given to you because they're just kind. They just have good hearts. By they, I mean the government. This is expected, obviously, and these countries are not the first ones to be kicked out of this trade agreement. If you remember, we talked about Ethiopia getting kicked out just a few years back. The Biden administration does it again. Now they're trying to target Ethiopia in a different way. They have decided that starting January 2022, they are going to remove Ethiopia from the AGOA free trade. Watch this clip, we'll come back and discuss.
This is gonna affect not the government, this is gonna affect the civilians.
I have family, like I have a baby, so this job is for me, it's like everything.
3 customers left, Levi's and Walmart already given the exit plan.
We are thinking we are lost this job. In future we don't have a work like that.
Because the people of Ethiopia and the government refused to bow down to the US government's request. So even these 4 countries, every country has a specific reason why they're being kicked out. For example, Uganda. As we talked about it here on this channel before, with the LGBTQ bill being passed, US was clearly not happy about it. That is a revenge towards that. Secondly, Central African Republic, the same thing. They claim that there is human rights violations and the US doesn't stand for it, so that's why they are kicking them out. And as for Gabon and Niger, it's because of the coup. These countries had Western ally leaders, they were overthrown, and now the West is mad because who are they going to puppeteer? Who are they going to manipulate and use and pay up so they can do their bidding, right? So Gabon and Niger are being kicked out because of the recent coup. So there you have it. The US government has kicked out these 4 countries, and that's the reason that they've given. Anyways, fam, let us know down below what your thoughts are about this.
That's it on that. That's all praise to the Most High. You see what America is doing, man? And you, I don't know if any of you actually picked it up. You heard what the sister said. The sister said qualifying countries. So what are the qualifications that they have to meet to be part of AGOA? They have to what? Daniel 8:25. We read it earlier, so I need you to understand now. Pay close attention. Daniel 8, verse 25 again.
The book of Daniel, chapter 8, verse 25. And through his policy
and
also.
Through his what?
And through his policy.
America's foreign policy. What does it mean? What does it include? You have to conform to same-sex relation in your country. If you don't, we're not going to give you aid. You're not going to be part of AGOA. Therefore, you're not going to get access to the US market. That's how they threaten them, man. Read.
And through his policy also, he shall cause craft to prosper in his hand.
Which craft? LGBTQAYZ. Go ahead.
And he shall magnify himself in his heart.
He's going to magnify himself in his heart. You know how they do it? They say, listen, you want access to the U.S. market? You want to be associated with the U.S.? You want to be the ally country of the U.S.? You have to abide by these rules. Because remember what Rome did. Like Rome was doing the same thing. They says those that joined themselves unto them, they succeeded. But those that they didn't, they displaced. What did they do here? It's the same thing. Read.
And by peace shall destroy many.
They destroy many countries by quote-unquote peace. Has the white man brought any peace to any country on this planet? Never. You will never find anywhere on in the history where the white man has brought peace in anybody's land. Never ever happened. Now give me 2 Verse 12, verse 29. Actually, read 2 Verse 12, read verse 10 and 11.
Second book of Ezra, chapter 12, verse 10.
Read.
And he said unto me, this is the interpretation of the vision.
Now he's giving the interpretation that was not given to our forefather Daniel. Read.
The eagle whom thou sawest came up from the sea is the kingdom which was seen in the vision of thy brother Daniel.
Okay, so the eagle, he says it was seen in the vision of your brother Daniel. Okay, go ahead.
But it was not expounded unto him.
So Daniel did not get the explanation of what he saw. Read.
Therefore now I declare it unto thee.
He says, now I'm going to declare this unto you. Go ahead.
Behold, the days will come that there shall rise up a kingdom upon earth, and it shall be feared above all the kingdoms that were before it.
Because this kingdom right here, this is talking about Rome. Greece, Rome, and the extension of ancient Rome are the Americas. That's what we're reading here, man. Now jump down to verse 29.
Second book of Ezra, chapter 12, verse 29.
Go ahead.
And whereas thou sawest two feathers under the wings passing over the head, that is on the right hand, that is on the right side. It signifieth that these are they whom the highest has kept unto their end.
He says, whom the highest has kept unto their end. Remember, these two feathers now is talking about what? America and the EU. Because they are the big bosses now. America and the EU, they are the center of this. Go ahead.
This is the small kingdom.
This is the what now?
This is the small kingdom.
This is the small kingdom. Come on.
And full of trouble.
And full of trouble.
As thou sawest.
You see, America is that small kingdom that is full of trouble. That's why he's able. I mean, did you see the map? Did you see all the colors on the map of all the countries that are part of AGOA? America is controlling all of them. You don't comply, you get kicked out. And what is the quote-unquote reason why you are being kicked out? Because if there's human rights violations in your country. Isn't that the same thing they said about Zimbabwe? Because the reason why Zimbabwe is so poor, so many sanctions, is because of that human rights violation bull BS. There is no such thing. They cannot tell you what are the human rights violations. They say no, there's no democracy. There's no. Shut the hell up. You're over there. I'm over. That's why Mugabe said, "Keep your Biafran. I'll keep my Zimbabwe." And they didn't like him for that. And he was speaking at the UN, right? He says, "Tony Blair, keep your Britain, and I'll keep my Zimbabwe." How about that? You see, that Mugabe, some of the Zimbabweans, they didn't like Mugabe. You know why? Because they are following the media propaganda that is being pushed by the West. Understand that? Okay. Now, watch this. We on. Let's read that. Watch play the video. We on. So there you have it. AGOA is controlled by the US. If you don't comply, you get kicked out. It's that simple. You see how America play? America, they don't vote for nothing. They just come and kill and destroy with the sword. That's why you see the blessing that was given to Esau by our forefather Isaac. You seeing it right here at work. It says, by thy sword shalt thou live, and thou shalt serve thy brother. He's not saving his brother right now. He's a slave on the loose, saving himself, saving Satan. Now read what you got. No, play the video. We on. Is it Al Jazeera that I said? No, that's another one. The one here we on is 00 to 1 minute 42 seconds. Is it we on? Is it Al Jazeera? Hey, play it. Maybe that's the one. I might have missed it. Oh, decrease the that tone. You know that happens. Yes. You also want to join in? You can join in, Pay. Now play the video. Yo, Boss Baby. You know we need to watch that movie. I'm telling you, man. You know, cause I see it because I think it's on Netflix. Man. Boss Baby.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we need to watch that movie, man. Okay, play the video. Is that the one that's 00 to 1 minute? Yeah, that's not the one. Do you have the one that is 00 to 1 minute 42 seconds? There should be one. Man. There isn't there. Yeah, because I sent it. I sent that thing. Remember, we're going over Revelation 6 and 6. Don't forget. I'm almost done though. I'm almost done. How long will we be going? That's more like it. That's usually our classes. That's how it usually goes. When are you ready with the pen? Because I know, fathers have a soft spot on their daughters when they cry. He's distracted. I've been there. I overcame it. Yeah, I'm fine now. Yeah, I overcame that thing. Now when it happens, I'm like, I want to help. Baptize them. It's not there. Okay, play that one, it's fine. Where was I going?
Armed groups. Okay, let's go back to the conflict in Ukraine. South Africa's President Cyril Ramaphosa says a group of African countries will send a peace mission to Ukraine and Russia as soon as possible. He said the countries include Senegal, Uganda and Egypt, as well as South Africa. Well, Ovegwe Egwegu is a geopolitics and security analyst. He's joining us from Ankara. Thank you very much indeed for being with us. How much are these African nations in a position to act as mediators for peace, given their rather turbulent history that many of them have seen?
You see, the white man is being direct. But it makes no sense for these 5 Chama boys from these different African countries, they are going over there. To do what? What business do they have to go over there to go and tell 2 white men to stop fighting amongst themselves? Who does that? A black man going to measure with a family affair, because that's a family business. 2 brothers fighting among themselves. Here comes the black man, the Chama boy. That's the mind of a slave. Master, we sick. That's what Malcolm X said. He says, you see, there's a difference between the house nigger and the field nigger. The field nigger. Hold that. Give me the video. Give me the clip. Yeah, Malcolm X. You see, he said it better. So I'll just let him speak. He said it better, man. Man, these Chama boys, man. They make my stomach turn, man. Brothers, do you see this?
Yes, sir.
This is crazy, man. Yeah, give me slide 12 and 16 while they look for it. The house Negro and the field Negro. I know it's a very short clip. Do you have it? Okay, share it. Before you go there. Yes. Malcolm X. He was a field Negro, this one. We got it? Come on, brothers. Oh, yes. Let's go. You know that video that we were, you know the scripture we're reading in Ezra? When our forefathers, Zerubbabel and Joshua said, "You have nothing to build with us." Do you know that's what Malcolm X actually did? When this white woman approached him to say, Mr. X, what can I do to help your cause? He said nothing. And he left. He never said anything else after that. He said nothing. Now, play it.
Back during slavery, when black people like me talked to the slaves, they didn't kill him. They'd send some old house Negro along behind him to undo what he said. You have to read the history of slavery to understand this. There were two kinds of Negroes. There was that old house Negro and the field Negro. And the house Negro always looked out for his master. When the field Negroes got too much out of line, he held them back in check. He put them back on the plantation. The house Negro could afford to do that because he lived better than the field Negro. He ate better, he dressed better, and he lived in a better house. He lived right up next to his master in the attic or the basement. He ate the same food his master ate and wore his same clothes. And he could talk just like his master. Good diction. And he loved his master more than his master loved himself. That's why he didn't want to...
That's Ramaphosa. This right here, Malcolm X is explaining Ramaphosa right here. He's explaining them right here. You want to know what a house Negro is? This is the definition. Go back a little bit.
Negro.
Yeah, that's it.
When black people like me talked to the slaves, they didn't kill him. They'd send some old house Negro along behind him to undo what he said. You have to read the history of slavery to understand this. There were two kinds of Negroes. There was that old house Negro and the field Negro. And the house Negro always looked out for his master. When the field Negroes got too much out of line, he held them back in check. He put them back on the plantation. The house Negro could afford to do that because he lived better than the field Negro. He ate better, he dressed better, and he lived in a better house. He lived right up next to his master in the attic or the basement. He ate the same food his master ate and wore his same clothes. And he could talk just like his master. Good diction. And he loved his master more than his master loved himself. That's why he didn't want his master hurt. If the master got sick, he'd say, "What's the matter, boss? We sick?" When the master's house caught a fire, he'd try and put the fire out. He didn't want his master's house burned. He never wanted his master's property threatened. And he was more defensive of it than the master was. That was the house Negro. But then you had some field Negroes who lived in huts, had nothing to lose. They wore the worst kind of clothes, they ate the worst food, and they caught hell. They felt the sting of the lash. They hated their master. Oh, yes, they did. If the master got sick, they prayed that the master died.
You see, the field Negro don't give a damn about the slave master. No. The slave master gets sick, the field Negro not going to ask, "Master, we sick?" He's praying to the Lord. You understand that? He's praying for vengeance, man. Now, hold that. Give me that in Luke. Because they're going to say, you see, he hates white people. Let me read it in the Bible. Let me read what the Bible does say, man. You want the Bible, you're going to get the Bible. Read Luke 18, man. Luke chapter 18. Luke 18, read verse 1.
The book of Luke chapter 18 verse 1.
Come on.
And he spake a parable unto them.
What's this?
To this end.
Read.
That men ought always to pray and not to faint.
What's this?
Saying, there was a city There was in a city a judge,
Read.
which feared not God.
Go ahead.
Neither regarded men.
Come on.
And there was a widow in that. There was a widow in that city.
That widow represents us, the Israelites, in captivity. Come on.
And she came unto him, saying, "Avenge me of mine adversary."
This right here is the mind of the field Negro. The field Negro wants vengeance against his enemies. Read.
And he would not for a while. But afterward he said within himself,
watch this,
"Though I fear not God, nor regard men,
watch this,
yet because this widow troubleth me, I will avenge her, lest by a continual coming she weary me."
You see that is the Lord says, I'm an avenger. Go ahead, because she's wearing me. She's always asking me to avenge me. Avenge us of our enemies, Lord. Read.
And the Lord said, "Hear what the unjust judge saith. And shall not God avenge his own elect?"
You see, the Lord will avenge his own elect, because we have a class, 3-hour class. Pray for vengeance. You better pray for vengeance, man. Don't be saying this, "Oh, I'm praying for my enemies." No. You're not going to find there's no verse up in here that says that. The verses that you find up in here says, you pray for vengeance. Whenever you hear says pray for your enemies, you talk about your brother who's your race, who has now become your enemy because you are not applying the royal law with one another. But here what we're reading, he's talking about their oppressors. Read.
And the Lord said, "Hear what the unjust judge saith."
Read.
"And shall not God avenge his own elect,
Read.
which cry day and night unto him?
Come on.
Though he bear long with them? I tell you that he will avenge them speedily."
He will what now?
I tell you that he will avenge them speedily.
He will avenge them speedily. Come on.
Nevertheless, when the Son of Man cometh,
when the Son of Man descends into the earth with chariots, read,
shall he find faith on the earth?
Because some of you don't want to pray for vengeance. Some of you don't want to pray for vengeance, man. You don't want to pray for the demise and the destruction of your enemies. Me, I want to live to see the destruction and death of my enemies. That's in the Bible, by the way. He says there's 3 things that make my heart to be happy. Let's get there. Let's get the things right. I think it's 25, is it? Or Sirach 35? Yes, Sirach 25 verse 7. Sirach 25 verse 7, man. Watch this. Read it.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 25 verse 7.
Okay, take the volume down for the mic here. Okay, come on.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 25 verse 7.
Watch this.
"There be 9 things which I have judged in mine heart to be happy."
This is what makes our heart happy. Go ahead.
"And the 10th I will utter with my tongue."
He says the 10th one, I'm going to say it out loud. Watch this.
"A man that is joy of his children."
A man that is joy of his children. When they get baptized, he must have joy. Go ahead.
"And he that liveth to see the fall of his enemies."
And he that liveth to see the fall of his enemies. You see, these things are supposed to bring joy to your mind. If you're not happy about this, you better check your genealogy. You understand? I'm telling you straight up. Now play the video again. Go back a little bit, just a bit, not too much. Yes, play it.
Those got too much out of line, he held them back in check. He put them back on the plantation. The house Negro could afford to do that because he lived better than the field Negro. He ate better, he dressed better, and he lived in a better house. He lived right up next to his master in the attic or the basement. He ate the same food his master ate and wore his same clothes. And he could talk just like his master. Good diction. And he loved his master more than his master loved himself. That's why he didn't want his master hurt. If the master got sick, he'd say, "What's the matter, boss? We sick?" When the master's house caught a fire, he'd try and put the fire out. He didn't want his master's house burned. He never wanted his master's property threatened. And he was more defensive of it than the master was. That was the house Negro. But then you had some field Negroes who lived in huts, had nothing to lose. They wore the worst kind of clothes, they ate the worst food, and they caught hell. They felt the sting of the lash. They hated their master. Oh, yes, they did. If the master got sick, they prayed that the master died. If the master's house caught a fire, they prayed for a strong wind to come along. This was the difference between the two. And today you still have house Negroes and field Negroes. Yeah. I'm a field Negro.
I would like to add someone.
On that. Now, you see that? So, and he's right. Today you have some field Negroes and you got some house Negroes. Now, the house Negroes, on the other hand, give me Sirach 12. Boy. Those are house Negroes. Okay? Sirach 12. Read verse 16.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 12, verse 16.
Come on.
An enemy speaketh sweetly with his lips.
Because boy, these are house Negroes. They are house Negroes of the time of Malcolm. These are house Negroes of the time of the Greeks. I'm going to show you because you had house Negroes during the time of the Greeks already. Go ahead.
But in his heart he imagineth how to overthrow thee into a pit.
Go ahead.
He will weep with his eyes.
That's what you see these other nations that Ramaphosa be making deals and leagues with. Read.
But if he find opportunity,
he
will not be satisfied with blood.
So Ramaphosa, because they think they love their masters more than their master loves himself. You see, that's the sickness. That's the mind of a slave, man. It's a slave mentality. Because without this Bible, you will remain a house Negro. Read. Verse 17. Come on.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 12, verse 17.
Read.
If adversity come upon thee.
Adversity. What is adversity? Because remember, in the country, what is the biggest problem in the country? Is the high rate of unemployment. You understand? Read.
If adversity come upon thee, thou shalt find him there first.
You see that? They be the one that say, no, we need to help South Africa. Let's go to South Africa. White men leave all the way from the Netherlands to come and solve the energy crisis in South Africa. How that makes sense? Make that make sense, Chama boy. Read.
And though he pretend to help thee.
Because they come here to pretend to help you. Read.
Yet shall he undermine thee.
They're going to undermine you. Read.
He will shake his head and clap his hand.
Go ahead.
And whisper much and change his countenance.
They're going to turn on you. That's what the Lord is telling you right there. Give me Sirach chapter 13 verse 3. Ramaphosa, they think or no, because he wears a suit and all of that. Listen, he's a house Negro. That's why I said they dress well. They all of that because they love their master more than the master love himself. All these people, man. Read. Sirach 13 verse 3.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 13, verse 3.
Watch this.
The rich man has done wrong.
The rich man has done wrong. Who's the rich man? America, Europe, the EU. Come on.
And yet he threateneth with that.
But they threaten with all. How many times has the West, America, been threatening us? Look at AGOA. They threaten, they even kick the African countries that are part of AGOA out of that group. He threatened with all. But watch this. Read.
The poor is wrong.
The poor is wronged. What countries were wronged? Senegal, Uganda, Gabon, Niger. You understand? Central African Republic. That's the Congo, and all that. You understand? Cameroon and whatnot. Read.
The poor is wrong.
The poor is wrong.
And he must entreat also.
They want you to humble yourself. But you are wrong. But they are wrong. But they want you to humble yourself. Go ahead.
If thou be for his profit.
If you be for his profit. Is Europe, Africa is not for Europe's profit? Yes. Read.
He will use thee.
They will use you. So they are using Ramaphosa, the Chama boy. They are using Vusite Mbokwayo, another Chama boy. Pushpanyaza Lusuvi. Heineken is using him. Read.
But if thou have nothing.
But if you've got nothing, what's going to happen?
He will forsake.
He will forsake you. Because whenever the white man don't get what he's always getting anymore, guess what's going to do? He's going to drop you like a bad habit. Read.
If thou have anything, he will live with thee.
If you have anything, he will live with you. Go ahead.
Yea, he will make thee best.
He will train you. Come on.
And will not be sorry for it.
He's not going to be sorry for it. The white man be sorry for all the evil they've done and still doing? Never. Look at what they did to our sister, Sarah Bachman. Have any of them actually kept paid for what they did to our sister? None of them. But they will pay what the Lord determines. Understand that? Go ahead.
If ye have need of thee.
Because the white man has need of Africa. That's why they approach Hussein Ramaphosa, the Chama boy. Chama boys and bootlickers. Read.
he will deceive thee.
They will deceive thee. Read.
And smile upon thee.
And they smile upon you. Come on.
And put thee in hope.
They put you in hope and say, listen, we're going to give you foreign aid. We're going to help you to alleviate poverty in your country. But they're the ones that created the problem in the first place. Read.
You will speak thee fair.
You will speak fair speeches. Give me that in with Romans 16. Romans 16 verse 8. We coming back here. Romans chapter. It says they will speak thee fair, meaning fair speeches. Romans 16. Read verse 16. No, 17. Yeah, 17 and 18.
Yeah, because Romans chapter 16 verse 17.
Because the white man will talk fair to Buramaposa, the Chama boy. And then Buramaposa in turn, they come to charm us with the oil of the snake. That's what they do. Go ahead.
Now I beseech you, brethren.
The Apostle Paul says, I'm begging you, brethren. Come on.
Mark them which cause divisions and offenses, contrary to the doctrine which ye have learned.
Because they causing divisions and offenses in our nation. These Chama boys, these bootlickers, these house Negroes. Read.
And avoid them.
And the Lord says we must avoid them. Come on.
For they that are such serve not our Lord Jesus Christ.
Because they serve their belly, they serve Europe and America. That's where their allegiance is to. Isn't what the scribes and Pharisees was doing during the time of Rome? Go ahead.
For they that are such serve not our Lord Jesus Christ, but their own belly.
But their what now?
But their own belly.
But their own bellies. Come on.
And by good words and fair speeches deceive the heart of the simple.
That's it. That's it. Go back. Go back to Sirach 12. Push up the volume a little bit. Want to? Okay, the base is too high. Okay, read that.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 18, verse 6.
Watch this.
If ye have need of thee,
if you have need of thee,
he will deceive.
He will deceive you. Come on.
And smile upon thee, and put thee in hope. I will speak and will speak thee fair, and say, what wantest thou?
What do you lack in your country? What problem can we solve for you in your country, Mr. President Ramaphosa? Because he's the one that when he decided to play Superman, to go and collect all these other weak so-called African leaders to go to Europe, to Ukraine and Russia, to tell two white people to stop fighting among themselves. Who does that? That's a house Negro. You want the definition of a house Negro? Just look at how Ramaphosa moves. That's a proper house Negro. You want to see what a house Negro is? Just look at how Vusita Mokwayo moves. You will see a proper house Negro. Look at Panyaza Lusufi. You want to see how a house Negro moves? Just watch Panyaza Lusufi. You will see the definition of a proper house Negro. You understand? Okay. Is that it on that? Let me see. Yeah, keep reading. Verse 7.
And he will shame thee by his means.
He is going to shame you by his means because he's going to bribe you. Go ahead.
Until he have drawn thee twice or thrice.
Until they've drained you. Go ahead.
And at the last, he will laugh thee to scorn.
Come on.
Afterward, when he seeth thee, he will forsake thee and shake his head at thee.
Watch this, verse 8.
Beware that thou be not deceived.
He says, beware that you be not deceived. Come on.
And brought down in thy jollity.
And be brought down in thy jollity. Get the definition of jollity. You find the definition of jollity. I share it on the screen. Let's see what is the definition of jollity. What that means. Yeah, zoom in so you can see. You see?
Yes, sir.
Okay, read it.
Definition of jollity. Noun. Lively and cheerful activity or celebration.
You see that? So it says, don't be deceived in thy jollity. Because why? A lot of these black men, they just comfortable. They are satisfied by just being in the same room as these white men. They say, no, I met the president of Russia. I met the president of Ukraine. We sat at the table, we had dinner together. That's all they care about. That's what the scribes and the Pharisees was doing. You understand? Now play that video again, the one here, Al Jazeera. We're almost done. We're almost done. Yeah, go back to the beginning of it. Yeah, play it. We got it? Okay, bear with us, brothers and sisters. We're almost done. We're almost done. Okay, let's go.
On Friday and fought local armed groups. Okay, let's go back to the conflict in Ukraine. South Africa's President Cyril Ramaphosa says a group of African countries will send a peace mission to Ukraine and Russia as soon as possible. He said the countries include Senegal, Uganda and Egypt, as well as South Africa. Well, Ovegwe Egwegu is a geopolitics and security analyst. He's joining us from Ankara. Thank you very much indeed for being with us. How much are these African nations in a position to act as mediators for peace, given the rather turbulent history that many of them have seen?
So what I don't want to see the whole thing. That's it on that. So the point is, this newscaster is actually reporting that that's what Cyril Ramaphosa is doing. But he's asking more, but I mean, to what end? I mean, how much power do they have to mediate a peacekeeping mission between two white men fighting against themselves? What business do they have in doing this? Really, that's the question. Because it's crazy what they're doing. And the reason why they're doing it, give me Sirach 12 verse 13 now. You can take that off the screen. Sirach 12 verse 13.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 12, verse 18.
Watch this.
Who will pity a charmer?
Okay. The volume just got a little bit, not too much. Okay. Read that verse again, verse 13.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 12, verse 18.
Read.
Who will pity a charmer that is beaten with a serpent?
That's the question. Up a little bit. Who will what now?
Who will pity a charmer?
Who's going to pity a charmer? Go ahead.
That is beaten with a serpent.
So who's the charmer? Ramaphosa. He's the charmer boy. He went and recruited the president of Senegal, of Uganda, of Egypt. So you've got 4 to 5 charmer boys going over there to go and charm this serpent and demonic snake white man to stop fighting. This is crazy, man. Read again, verse 13.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 12, verse 18.
Read.
Who will pity a charmer that is beaten with a serpent, or any such as come nigh wild beasts?
Or any such that cometh nigh wild beasts. Because the white man is a wild beast. So now the Ramaphosa and all the rest of his charmer boys, they're going over there to Russia and Ukraine to go and what? To tell these two white men to stop fighting among themselves. You can't make this up, man. You understand? Because when they arrived there, what happened? They say no, they were discriminated against. Remember, they couldn't get out of the aeroplane. They say no, they were. I think the way they were being handled, it didn't look right. I think a couple of hours they were on board the plane, they couldn't get out. They were mistreated by the police when they got there. Airport police, right? Yeah. Because they went there to become wicked messengers. Remember that movie 300? They say this is Sparta. Even a messenger will be held accountable. Even a messenger will be held accountable. And you know, it's in the Bible, right? Actually, that thing, man. I think it's in Proverbs. When they say the messenger will be held accountable. You understand? It's not in my notes, but yeah. What verse is that? Brothers, can you find me that? It's in Proverbs, man. I think it's in the 29s, right? It's later chapters. Maybe 28 on up. A wicked messenger, something like that. Actually, you know what? Read Proverbs 26:17 while you look for it. Proverbs 26:17. This is what Ramaphosa and the rest of the Chama boys was doing. Watch this.
The book of Proverbs, chapter 26, verse 17.
Come on.
He that passeth by and meddleth with strife belonging not to him.
Because Ramaphosa has no business going over to Ukraine and Russia to tell Putin and Zelensky to stop fighting. He's meddling with a matter that doesn't concern him. Read.
Is like one that taketh a dog by the ear.
That's why they were treated the way they were treated when they arrived. Because they were complaining, thinking that we're going to feel sorry for them. We're not going to feel sorry for you by doing that. Sirach chapter 11, read verse 9.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 11, verse 9.
Come on.
Strive not in a matter that concerneth not thee.
You see that? Don't what now? Don't strive with a matter that concerneth thee not. Come on.
Strive not in a matter that concerneth thee not.
Read.
And feed not in judgment with sinners.
That's what they did. Those 5 Chama boys that went over there. Go ahead.
My son, meddle not with many matters.
That's what the Chama boys that was doing. But that's what the Lord calls us. Who will pity a Chama? Because you thought I was making this up. Ramaphosa, Kiri Chama boy. Go ahead.
For if thou meddle much, thou shalt not be innocent.
You're not going to be innocent, man. Look what happened when they arrived over there. Read.
And if thou follow after, thou shalt not obtain, neither shalt thou escape by fleeing.
That's it. That's it, right? Did you find it? Is it 13? There's another one, man. Okay, read Proverbs 13:17.
The book of Proverbs, chapter 13, verse 17.
Watch this.
A wicked messenger.
A what now?
A wicked messenger.
Hey, that might be the one. A wicked messenger, come on.
Falleth into mischief.
Exactly. They fell into mischief when they arrived over there. Because they are wicked messengers, man. What were they doing? What business did they have to meddle in a matter that did not concern them? Go ahead.
But a faithful ambassador is helped.
Yeah, exactly. But a faithful ambassador is helped. They were not faithful ambassadors, man. Those were proper house Negroes. Okay? Because all that effort, they could have done it to go on a peacekeeping mission on the continent. But you leave your own backyard. You go all the way. You cross the Atlantic Ocean, man. Huh? The Mediterranean. You going over there. While your own brothers don't get along, you leave them. You go and tell the white men to stop fighting among themselves. They're just going to look at you as a fool and using tax money. It wasn't his own money, but nobody said nothing. Nobody said nothing about this thing. You understand? Give me that in Psalms. Psalms chapter 8, Psalms 58. Psalm 58 verse 2. Watch this. We're still dealing with the Lady Chama boy. I want to deal with them, man. Psalm 58.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 58, verse 2.
No, Psalms 58, verse 2. Watch this.
The book of Psalms, chapter 58, verse 2.
Come on.
Yea, in heart ye work wickedness.
He says, start of verse 1. Let's just start at verse 1.
The book of Psalms, chapter 58, verse 1.
Go ahead.
Do ye indeed speak righteousness? O congregation,
come on.
Do ye judge uprightly? O ye sons of men?
Watch this.
Yea, in heart ye work wickedness.
He says, in your mind you work wickedness. Come on.
Ye weigh the violence of your hands in the earth.
Watch this.
The wicked are estranged from the womb.
He says, the wicked are estranged from the womb. So these Chama boys, they don't understand this. By the way, they know it. But they think their education is too good to convince this white man to stop being the devil. Go ahead.
They go astray as soon as they be born.
Watch this.
Speaking lies.
Watch this. Come on.
Their poison is like the poison of a serpent.
You see that? It says their poison is like the poison of a serpent. Read.
They are like the deaf adder that stop at their ears.
Did they stop after they went? Did Russia and Ukraine get along after they went over there? Never. The war continued. Putin continued to take more territories after that. Read.
Which will not hearken to the voice of Chama.
You see, Ramaphosa and those 4 presidents that went over there. The Chama boy went over there to go and Chama the serpent, who's a deaf adder. You're not going to listen to the voice of Chamas, man. Read.
Charming, never so wisely.
Charming, never so wisely. You understand that? The only way you're going to charm them is the next verse. Read the next verse.
Break their teeth, oh God.
That's the only way they're going to listen. Break their teeth, oh God. Come on.
In their mouth. Break out the great teeth of the young lions, oh Lord.
You see, the young lion is the white man. This kingdom that is full of trouble, yeah, that's them. So, for Ramaphosa, they really believe or wanna they could go over there and chama the snake. Because give already chama boy. You see, I didn't make this stuff up. The Mosa is the one that is calling Ramaphosa a chama boy. It's not me, it's the Mosa. All praises. You understand? Now, play the next video, man. 00 to 1 minute 16 seconds. Is that the one? And then the one here, 00 to 1 minute 44. Is the same one. It may be the not in my name. It may be the one. Yes, another Chama boy. Play. Listen, man, you cannot get enough of these Chama boys, man. They just be popping up left, right, and center. People don't see this, man. Open now mine eyes that I may behold wondrous things out of thy law. Now play that, man. Man, these Chama boys, man, I cannot stand them, man. Do we have it now? Okay. Yeah. Put a disclaimer on it. Okay, play the video. Remove me because there's somebody there that's supposed to be talking, right? Who's there? Okay, come on. Almost done. Yeah, play the video.
This is the South African Morning. The Gauteng Premier Panyaza Lesufi says his views about alcohol have not changed. But he says his personal view can't come before township development.
So where has this all come from? Lesufi has been under fire for a now...
Pause. Did anybody just hear what he just said? Go back. Man, you listen, man. These are the leaders. These are not the guys. Brothers, these are not the leaders, man. Play it again.
This is the South African Morning. The Gauteng Premier Panyaza Lesufi says his views about alcohol have not changed. But he says
his views about alcohol have not changed. Okay, meaning alcohol is bad. Okay? Alcohol is bad and is affecting the people, our people negatively. Now let's keep playing.
His personal view can't come before township development.
So where is this?
So wait, his views about alcohol has not changed, but his personal views cannot come against township development by bringing more alcohol. These are not the leaders, man. These are not the, because they think we're stupid. Now play on.
All come from. Lesufi has been under fire for announcing the, and I quote, the Tavern of the Future initiative. Here's the story.
I honestly despise alcohol.
Yeah.
I really believe it's something that is destroying our nation, especially young people. But that's my personal view. I can't superimpose my personal view on government programs. Government is in the process of rehabilitating our townships. And if you go to townships, one strategic business that has been there for quite some time is taverns. You can't wish them away. So here we have a company that says we want to improve taverns and take them to the next level. Ensure, for example, that the ablution facilities are top, because those ablution facilities are responsible for the health condition. Ensure that there is security, that every entrance of a tavern, you must have scanners so that people don't bring weapons there. Ensure that women are protected, that we will expand these taverns to ensure that there is an anti-GBV room, where if somebody feels threatened or attacked, they can go to that room and it will be connected to the nearest police station. They want to bring Wi-Fi. They want to change the restaurants so that, you know, majority of our people have what we call lifestyle diseases, the way we eat, the food that are in the tavern. They want to change that, ensure that healthy food is prepared, and then bring the necessary equipment.
Come on, man. What the hell is going on, man? Am I losing my mind here? Give me Ecclesiastes 9 verse 3. I mean, yeah? Did I hear this right? This is the tavern of the future. So basically, he hates alcohol. And you notice, this is not him speaking. This is the white man talking. Because he said, if you notice, one strategic business that has been going on for long is taverns. So Heineken has identified the taverns in the community. They're actually making money. So Heineken is, no, we want access to that business. Because he said one strategic business in the townships has been taverns. So they want access to that business, but they want to do it in a quote unquote professional way. But he hates alcohol and everything about it, what he's doing to young people. But he's bringing Heineken. Heineken is a alcohol manufacturing company. So he's going to bring it into the community to bring more alcohol. You cannot make this stuff up. Now, you see his thought process. Now, read that in Ecclesiastes 9 verse 3. Because the Bible talks about this. Watch this.
The book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 9 verse 3. This is an evil among all things that are done under the sun.
Watch this.
That there is none, that there is one event unto all. Yea, also the heart of the sons of men is full of evil.
Is what now?
Is full of evil.
And what now?
And madness.
As what?
And madness.
And what now?
And madness.
Come on.
Is in their heart while they live.
That's it. Madness. This is madness, man. This brother is crazy. And I mean, crazy. And madness is in their mind while they live. This is madness. Sure. Come on, man. This is delusion of grandeur. I'm telling you, man. Wow. Yo. Nah, man, come on. Give me the Ecclesiastes 1. Is it? Hey. Come on, man. Yeah, Ecclesiastes 1. Read verse 14 and 15.
The book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 1, verse 14.
Come on.
I have seen all the works that are done under the sun. And behold, all is vanity and vexation of spirit.
That's exactly what you are seeing. This is vanity and vexation of spirit. Read.
That which is crooked cannot be made straight.
That's what he's trying to do. Read.
And that which is wanting cannot be numbered.
That's exactly. So that's what he's doing. This man is confused, man. And these are the things that we see. That we see group CEOs of standard banks. They're doing the same thing. And madness is in their heart while they live. You understand? These are not wise men. Okay? Now, play on.
Eat the food that are in the tavern. They want to change that, ensure that healthy food is prepared, and then bring the necessary equipment, donate them to almost 8,000 of these taverns in the township.
Well, there's been a mixed reaction to Heineken's Tavern of the Future project aimed at transforming the tavern landscape. Gauteng Premier Panyaza Lesufi yesterday announced that he'd received a brief on the project, and he says he's excited about its prospects. Now, civil society organization Not In My Name says Lesufi shouldn't be encouraging alcohol consumption and has called on him to withdraw his remarks and apologize. For more on this, the organization's founder and CEO, Sia Gentile, joins me in studio. Thank you so much for joining me. Sia, thank you for your time. Now, I mean, of course, the Premier, Panyaza Lesufi, has proposed this Tavern of the Future idea, or, Heineken's Tavern of the Future idea, and it basically says that we need safer taverns in South Africa. But would you say that this basically contradicts the Amapanyaza initiative aimed at reducing crime in Gauteng?
Of course. I mean, thank you so much. Good afternoon to you and the viewers at home. We are of the view that this particular initiative definitely does contradict the initiative of Amapanyaza, because on the other hand, you are trying to curb crime in the city, and then on the other hand, you are promoting the consumption and the use of alcohol, which has got a direct correlation to the levels of violence that we are seeing in South Africa. We know that a lot of crimes have been committed because of alcohol. Levels of gender-based violence are high because...
What the hell? Why do they have to be throwing this up in there? This is propaganda, man. Every 2 minutes, GPV. Listen. Keep playing.
Of alcohol, we've got a lot of social ills that are there as a result of alcohol, and so for the number one citizen of the province to come out and say that they are launching an initiative which is going to encourage people to drink or to rather have this what you call taverns of the future. It does not make any sense for us.
But I cannot stop government programs. So partnering up with Heineken to introduce more alcohol into the community is a government program. The same government program that says, no, stop drinking too much. They are bringing Heineken into the country, you understand, to partner up to clean. Basically, they say they want to civilize Kasi taverns. That's really what Heineken is doing. You understand? They're going to have a anti-GBV room that is connected to the police station. I don't know how they're going to do that, man. Like these things that they're saying, that they don't make no sense, man. Now, read Sirach 10 and 1. I'm going to show you the mindset of Cyril Ramaphosa.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 10, verse 1.
What's this?
A wise judge will instruct his people, and the government of a prudent man is well ordered.
So we know verse 1 does not talk about Ramaphosa. Verse 2 now.
As the judge of the people is himself.
As the judge of the people is himself. Go ahead.
So are his officers. And what manner of man the ruler of the city is.
Go ahead.
Such are all they that dwell therein.
Now, verse 3 speaks particularly to this Chama boy, Ramaphosa. Watch this.
An unwise king destroyeth his people.
So, guess what? They say the things that Panyaza Lesufi is talking about, these are the things that are coming from the men up top. This is how Cyril Ramaphosa, that's how he thinks. Because remember, this is a campaign technique. Because when they say no anti-GBV rooms, who's he talking to? The black woman. Because that's what he wants votes from the black woman. Because what's his name? Another Chama boy, Tamombeki, he did the same thing. Thabo Mbeki did the same thing. You understand? Because he said, listen, children have a right to, to go and don't have to. A 12-year-old pregnant can go and have an abortion. They don't have to tell their parents. My body, my choice. So Cyril Ramaphosa is coming with the same technique to do the same thing, to gather black women, to get black women to follow him in terms of votes. But after he gets the votes, nothing gonna be done. Remember the other time he was promoting sex workers. He even went to the event to speak to sex workers, meaning prostitutes. We're not going to sugarcoat it. No, it's prostitution. Now, give me Isaiah 9:16.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 9, verse 16.
Watch this.
For the leaders of these people cause them to err.
Exactly. The leaders of these people, they cause the people to err. What is Ramaphosa doing? What is Panyaza Lesufi talking about, man? Causing the people to err. Read.
And they that are led of them are destroyed.
And they that are led of Panyaza Lesufi, who say Ramaphosa, they are gonna get destroyed. Because what the black women don't understand is this. Now I'm delving into the GBV thing. Black women, here's what you don't understand. You keep pushing this GBV. Many of you forgetting that you've got sons. You forgetting that you have sons. When these sons are accused falsely of rape, what you gonna do? What are you going to do, black women? Because there's many cases in South Africa where black women are falsely accusing black men of rape, and it's found out that it was not correct. So what are you doing, black women, about this thing? Because this is affecting your sons. Many of you, you've got only sons. You don't have no daughters. So why aren't you speaking against this thing? You need to speak up, black women. You understand? Now read that thing again. Isaiah 9, verse 16 again.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 9, verse 16.
Read.
For the leaders of these people cause them to err. And they that are led of them are destroyed.
Read.
Therefore, the Lord shall have no joy in their young men.
You see that thing? The Lord shall have no joy in their young men. Because the leaders will push what? Feminism. Now, you ever notice this GBV? They don't care about young boys. They say violence against women and children, but the children don't include young boys. It's only talk about the girls. So this is Willie Lynch all over again. Yeah, because when they say violence against women and children, then the children department, they are not talking about young boys. You need to understand that, right? Go ahead.
Therefore, the Lord shall have no joy in their young men.
That's why the Lord don't have joy in their young men. Because the young men, nobody cares about the young men. Nobody cares about the young black men. Nobody cares about the black men, period. Read.
Neither shall have mercy on their fatherless and widows. For everyone is a hypocrite.
Everyone, exactly, because everyone is a hypocrite. Come on.
And an evildoer.
Read.
And every mouth speaketh folly.
Lies. Read.
For all this his anger is not turned away. But his hand is stretched out still.
But the Lord's hand is stretched out still. So listen. What I want to show you is that these things that are happening in the media, they are set out to destroy our nation from within. And our sisters don't realize that they are being used once again, the same way black women were used in the 60s to join the white woman in her feminist movement. I bet the white woman started the feminist movement. And she realized that she did not have enough numbers to go and fight against her white men to get equal pay. She recruited black women to join the movement. So black women joined the white woman because the white woman says, no, we want to be equal with our men. So when the white woman got what she wanted, guess what happened? The white woman still remained married to her man, and the black woman, she's single and independent, and guess what? She has no man. The black woman is falling for the same okey-doke of feminism. The same demon, man. Because why? Black women decided to meddle with matters that belongeth not to them. But now, the white woman who recruited you, she's still married, you not. So what you gonna do? You gonna sit there and just say, and just relax? That's not gonna happen, man. You sisters, you know better now. You have the scriptures, you have the word of God with you. So you must not take no prisoners when sisters going around accusing black men falsely of rape, and you just sit and say nothing. You better stand up. Isaiah 32 verse 9. You know, I'm going into the GBV thing. Hold on a second, man. Let me finish up let me finish up my class, man. Go back. Go to Proverbs 12 verse 18. Proverbs 12 verse 18.
The book of Proverbs, chapter 12, verse 18.
So now, you see, the last message to the Chama boys, this is what's coming out of the mouth of Ramaphosa, the Chama boy. The bootlickers. You understand? Because those are Chama boys and bootlickers and house Negroes. They are not for our cause. They hate your people. They hate our people. They don't give a damn about our sons and our daughters. Especially our sons. They don't care about our sons, man. Read them. Proverbs 12 verse 18.
The book of Proverbs, chapter 12, verse 18. There is that speaketh like the piercings of a sword.
So when Ramaphosa speaks, because Ramaphosa now he was what? The spokesperson for GBV. How did that happen, man? Ramaphosa, the spokesperson here, GBV. Now they've added the H up in there. You see, this thing is evolving into the LGBT thing. Keep reading.
But the tongue of the wise is held.
So Bupanyaza Lusufi, these taverns of the future thing. Ramaphosa, the Chama boys, going around the world, going to convince white people to stop fighting among themselves. But they cannot resolve their issues here in the country and on the African continent. They are brothers. They cannot deal with that. So when they speak, it's like the piercing of a sword. Read.
The lip of truth shall be established forever.
Watch this.
But a lying tongue is bad for a moment.
So guess what? These Chama boys, their tongue is but for a moment. It's not going to be here forever. Read.
Deceit is in the heart of them that imagine evil.
Because they imagine evil. What is the evil they imagine? The evil they imagine is that they want to be in bed with the nations that are oppressing us, that have oppressed us, that are still destroying us unto this day. Read.
But to the counselors of peace is joy.
Watch this. We are the counselors of peace, by the way. Come on.
There shall no evil happen to the just.
Watch this.
But the wicked shall be filled with mischief.
Because that's why. They are filled with mischief. Anything they come up with is to destroy. But they think we don't see it. Read.
Lying lips are abomination to the Lord.
Because guess what? They come with lying lips. Read.
But they that deal truly are his delight.
Watch this. Proverbs 14 verse 5.
The book of Proverbs, chapter 14 verse 5.
Watch this.
A faithful witness will not lie.
Because guess what? How many faithful witnesses, how many faithless witnesses have we seen? Many. Go ahead.
But a false witness will utter lies.
But the group CEOs, Standard Bank, they just be lying, man. Read.
A scorner seeketh wisdom, and findeth it not.
They're not going to find wisdom. Come on.
But knowledge is easy unto him that understandeth.
That knowledge is easy unto him that keep the commandments. Go ahead.
Go from the presence of a foolish man. When thou perceivest.
When thou perceivest not in him the lips of knowledge. Read it again. Verse 7.
The book of Proverbs, chapter 14, verse 7.
Read.
Go from the presence of a foolish man. When thou perceivest not in him the lips of knowledge.
Read.
The wisdom of the prudent is to understand his way. But the folly of fools is deceit.
Watch this. Come on.
Fools make a mock at sin.
That's what Panyaza was doing. 1 minute he's saying, no, he's not happy about, alcohol and the impact of it and all that. But he comes back and says, taverns of the future. Go ahead.
But among the righteous there is favor.
But among the righteous there is favor. Proverbs 14 verse 15. Jump down to verse 15.
The book of Proverbs, chapter 14, verse 15.
Come on.
The simple believeth every word.
Because the simple of our people, they believe every word of these lying politicians, man. Read.
But the prudent man looketh well to his going.
Read.
A wise man feareth and departeth from evil.
Watch this.
But the fool rageth and is confident.
Confident in nothing. Come on.
He that is soon angry dealeth foolishly, and a man of wicked devices is hated.
Read.
The simple inherit folly, but the prudent are crowned with knowledge.
All praises to the Most High God. All praises. So I'm gonna end the class right there. You understand? Let's give the Lord a hand. All praises to the Most High God, man. All praises to the Lord. Let's break bread in the name of our Lord and Savior, Jesus the Christ. You can put up the banner now. All right.
They are considered
the Lord, that which also I deliver unto you, that the Lord Jesus, the same night in which he was betrayed, took bread. And when he had given thanks, he brake it and said, Take, eat, this is my body, which is broken for you. This do in remembrance of me. After the same manner also he took the cup, when he had supped, saying, This cup is the New Testament in my blood. This do ye as oft as ye drink it, in remembrance of me. For as often as ye eat the bread and drink this cup, ye do show the Lord's death till he come. Wherefore, whosoever shall eat this bread and drink this cup of the Lord unworthily shall be guilty of the body and blood of the Lord. But let a man examine himself, so let him eat of that bread and drink of that cup. For he that eateth and drinketh unworthily eateth and drinketh damnation to himself, not discerning the Lord's body. For this cause many are weak and sickly among you, and many sleep. In the name of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, we thank you, Lord. We pray. Amen. Amen. Let's give the Lord a hand.